Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the January 9th, 2025 Board Business Meeting. It's our first meeting of the calendar year and after a 3-day snowstorm break. All right, welcome to my board colleagues and welcome to MCPS staff and community members. We have some little ones joining us today, both in the room and online. Okay, so let's first all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now I will do the roll call to recognize board members to establish that we have a quorum. I'm going to start from this side.
Pernille Suvarna, student member of the board, hoping all the students enjoyed their 3.5-day extra long weekend.
Happy New Year. Natalie Zimmerman, District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes. I'm Carlos Silvestre, school board member at large.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Grace Rivera Oven, representing District 1.
Good afternoon. Happy New Year. Brenda Wolf, District 5.
Good afternoon. Rita Montoya.
Good afternoon, Laura Stewart, and I'm representing District 4. Welcome back.
Thank you, everyone. Now, before we go to the agenda, I want to give a shout out to all our staff who have been working in the past few days at the food distribution sites. We have 18 and then more the Wednesday. And also to all our emergency staff who actually worked through the night, last night in this cold weather so that we can open school today. So can you join me in giving all of them a round of applause? So now we are going to begin the meeting with the approval of the agenda.
Move approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? That's unanimous. All right. So as we meet today, services are being held for Jimmy Carter, the 39th President of the United States, following his passing last month. Now, you might not know, but President Carter began his political career as a member of the Board of Education of Sumter County, Georgia, and devoted significant time to education issues. And he once said, "I remain convinced that education is one of the noblest enterprises a person or a society can undertake." So please join me in honoring President Carter with a moment of silence. Thank you. All right, we are going to move to through our agenda. This next one is Dr. Taylor. Do we have appointments today?
Thank you, Madam President. I have two recommended appointments for the board's consideration today. When I call your name, if you could please stand while I say some wonderful things about you, and the board reviews your appointment consideration. First up is Mrs. Julie A. Morris for the position of Director in the Department of Planning, Design, and Construction in the Office of Facility Management and Operations. Mrs. Morris has been employed with Montgomery County Public Schools for 15 years as a planner and most recently as a facilities manager. In the Office of District Operations. Ms. Morris looks forward to collaboration with internal and external stakeholders in the division's current and upcoming planning studies, design, and construction of new facilities.
Move approval.
I second the motion.
All in favor? That's unanimous. Congratulations.
Thank you, Madam President. Our next and final person being recommended for appointment this evening is Mrs. Brooks P. Kemp for the position of principal of Bradley Hills Elementary School. Joining her today are a whole crew of people led by her husband, Rob, her children, Bobby and Josie, as well as some of her administrative colleagues, Mr. Chris Nardi, Dr. Stacy Smith, and Dr. Jennifer Webster. Mrs. Kemp has been employed with MCPS for 23 years as a teacher, resource teacher, team leader, content specialist, assistant school administrator, and most recently as an assistant principal at Bells Mill Elementary School. She is excited to return to the Walt Whitman cluster and will be dedicated to serving the students, staff, and caregivers in a nurturing environment that promotes social, emotional well-being and academic excellence for all. Shout outs to her parents, Tara and Joseph Palmero, and the Thomas W. Pyle Middle School running group who are watching online.
Move approval.
I second.
All in favor? That's unanimous. Congratulations. We also have some special recognitions today.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I have two resolutions that I'd like for the board's consideration, and I'm going to be reading a truncated version of both resolutions for the board's consideration. The first one is a resolution recognizing Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. And it goes to this measure. Whereas the National Resource Center on Domestic Violence has designated the month of February 2025 as Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month to raise community awareness about teen dating violence. And whereas teen dating violence is also called dating violence, is an adverse childhood experience that affects millions of young people in the United States and is preventable. Resources are available for teens, families, schools, and communities. And therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools hereby proclaim the month of February 2025 as Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month and support the Choose Respect Montgomery Respect Fest to be held on April 6, 2025. Through continued education in health classes and promotion of public service announcements, at a public service announcement contest, Montgomery County Public Schools continues to work towards ending teen dating violence by empowering young people to develop healthier relationships, assist students and families in accessing information and resources, and engage in discussions with family members and peers to promote awareness and prevention of teen dating violence.
May I have a motion?
Move approval.
I second the motion.
All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. My second and last recommended resolution recognizes National School Counseling Week. And I'll read a truncated version of this resolution as well. Whereas National School Counseling Week in 2025, with the theme School Counseling, Helping Students Thrive, will be celebrated February 3rd through the 7th, 2025, to focus public attention on the unique contribution professional school counselors make in helping students achieve academic and social emotional success, plan for a career, and become ready for college. And whereas National School Counseling Week highlights the tremendous impact that professional school counselors have in helping students achieve success in school and encourage students to pursue challenging academic courses to prepare them for college and careers. Therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools hereby proclaim February 3rd through the 7th, 2025 as National School Counseling Week in Montgomery County Public Schools and recommend the observance in all of our school communities.
Move approval.
I second.
All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Our next item is public comments. I think that's why we see so many little ones in our ballroom today. And before we start that, I have a standard, pretty long passage to read, so please bear with me. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, or other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Those who demonstrate disruptive or disrespectful behavior during public comments may be asked to leave the room. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start time. So today, we have 14 people sign up to provide in-person testimony. Each speaker will receive 2 minutes for comments. When your name is called, please approach the table, speak clearly and directly into the microphone. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the flat button below the microphone to turn it on and begin speaking. Push the same button once more at the sound of buzzer to turn it off. We also have 3 people sign up to provide audio and video testimony. We will play these submissions once the in-person testimonies have concluded. Copies of the testimonies can be found on board docs where they are posted with the other materials for this meeting. So I'm going to invite the first 6 speakers to come to the front, and they are Anuva Mulu, Amando Grandi Gomes, Lauren Kildia, Jennifer Brackbill, Victoria Hill, and Aaron Berger. Please proceed to the table. Looks like we have 5. I'm going to call one more. Philip Hill. Is Philip Hill in the house? Aluva, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor, members of the board, and my fellow students. My name is Anuva Malu, and I am a junior at Montgomery Blair High School. In October 2023, the Montgomery County Police Department identified the student responsible for sending bomb threats to Paint Branch High School. Earlier that year, Montgomery Blair High School had experienced 3 bomb threats in a single month. In September 2024, MCPS police were dispatched at Walt Whitman High School due to a bomb threat. In the spring of 2024, Wooten High School was put into shelter-in-place mode, and Einstein High School's administration evacuated students while police searched the area. It wasn't until the fall of 2024 that MCPS decided to implement the ID policy. And although this policy was an important step in the right direction, from a student's perspective, this ID policy is still not enough. Depending on the school, IDs may be checked every day, or the policy may be ignored altogether. While the idea of an ID policy is great in theory, its implementation is ineffective because there's little motivation for students to consistently wear their IDs without an incentive. Yes, you may explain that the ID policy is for safety, but simply telling students that it's for their own good, from my own perspective, is not enough to make them want to wear it. In addition to IDs serving as a safety measure, I want to propose a secondary function to them, which will incentivize students to wear them regularly. At Blair, we already scanned the barcodes on our IDs to print passes or check out books. If MCPS could build on this system and expand it to all high schools in the county by creating a checkout system containing free hygiene products, Narcan, and school supplies, With this system, students would have an additional reason to ensure they have their IDs with them. This would allow students to discreetly access products they need to treat drug overdoses and hygiene issues, while also motivating students to wear their IDs consistently and encourage others to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed. Is Amanda here? No. So then is Lauren Kildia.
Hello, my name's Lauren Kilday. My daughter is a student at Seven Locks Elementary School. Last month, a third grader with a documented record of assaulting girls in his grade threatened to bring a gun to school in his backpack and kill everyone. I've been shocked at the lack of response from MCPS since that happened. I graduated from Virginia Tech, and I've seen firsthand what one deranged person can do to a community. Thanks to restorative justice practices, this student received no consequences for his threat. He could bring a gun to school and still not be expelled or even removed from the classroom. Even if the student could not get his hands on a gun, I'm sure there are items like knives in his home that could be weaponized. Yet our school is refusing to perform even a search of his backpack going forward. It's bad enough that MCPS holds disruptive kids as accountable as Hollywood in the 1950s. Our girls are being forced to accept fake apologies and rationalize the behavior of the person who assaulted them. I should not have to tell my daughter to tiptoe around a boy in her class in order to stay safe. If you're going to remove consequences for threats of violence and force my daughter to be in class with kids who make these types of threats, then I implore you to spend our tax dollars on safety measures that will keep her safe. I know you are aware of the security gaps. Mrs. Hill has brought them to your attention repeatedly. I'm here to reiterate her demand for the ability to call 911, mandated infrastructure security assessments, security buttons, and school resource officers. While younger children are less likely to engage in criminal behavior, elementary schools still face the possibility of external threats such as intruders or targeted violence. The presence of an SRO in elementary schools would ensure a rapid response to any potential danger. Would I rather have an extra teacher and smaller class sizes? Sure, in a perfect world I would, but our world is far from perfect, and the reality is you can't teach dead kids. You've chosen to send the message that these kids can do and say anything and get away with it. At least have the integrity and honor to protect the rest of the students who are being forced to sit in classrooms next to the person that assaulted them. Perhaps in the meantime, you could invite these violent children to come sit in your offices for a day while you work. Make sure no one checks their bags on the way in, fire your security officers, and leave your cell phone at the door. Then you'll have the experience that our teachers and children have every day. You work for us, and these policies have done nothing but make schools more dangerous. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jennifer Brackbill.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. According to Everytown for Gun Safety, in 2024, there were at least 205 incidents of gunfire on U.S. school grounds. And the K-12 school shooting database reports that about 20% of those school shootings last year happened at elementary schools. Given these statistics, it's irrational to think that a school shooting couldn't happen here in Montgomery County, or that it won't happen. And I know you can't change the culture of guns in this country, but you do have the power to make a difference. And you can allocate resources for some very simple safety measures. In particular, we need an appropriate crisis communication system with emergency alert buttons available to elementary school teachers and administrators. Currently, there are many elementary schools in our district that have no cell service in large sections of their buildings. And this leaves teachers without the ability to call 911 from their cell phones in the event that there is an emergency, when they often have less access to landlines, if they're lucky enough to even have landlines in their classroom. But Montgomery County is lucky to have experts on hand, such as the District Chief of Security and Compliance and the Director of the Office of System-Wide Safety and Emergency Management. They can provide guidance on which crisis communications tools would be the most cost-effective and beneficial given the limited cellular capabilities. On behalf of so many concerned parents, I ask that you allocate the necessary resources to be able to have these crisis communication systems in place, which would include emergency alert buttons. And this might be just an initial step to solving a larger problem about security in our schools, but it really could mean everything.
Thank you. Next, Victoria Hill.
I'd like to welcome new board members Stewart, Montoya, and Zimmerman. I have testified multiple times on the lack of essential security measures in our elementary schools, including the ability to call for help during an emergency. Today you have heard testimony about the incident at Seven Locks Elementary where a student threatened to bring a gun and shoot everyone in the school. The only thing worse than the lack of action taken by the Seven Locks principal and their director is that Seven Locks is defenseless should this student or any other student choose to make good on their threat. There are board members who do not believe what I say about elementary school security. When they inquire about the veracity of my testimony, they are told half-truths or outright lies. I'm here today to beg you not to take my word or anyone else's on anything security related, and please go see for yourself. You can begin at Seven Locks Elementary. There you will find there is no cell phone reception throughout the school, and there are no emergency call buttons. Cameras are unmonitored and are not connected to the police. There are no alarms on the doors. Sure, the classroom doors lock, but there is a large section of particle board right next to them that a person can kick in and crawl right through. And no one knows these vulnerabilities better than current and former students. Then talk to Montgomery County Police. They'll tell you that their radios don't work in elementary schools either, and they are begging to work with MCPS to make our schools safer. After you discover the truth for yourself, please direct your Office of System-Wide Safety and Emergency Management to conduct standardized school security assessments, beginning at Seven Locks and covering all 136 elementary schools, including schools like Brook Grove that has no cell reception and only one landline for 12 classrooms at the end of a hallway. Everything I've brought to light over the last year has been ignored. I am looking to you new members, some who have children in MCPS, with hope that you'll work with me and other concerned parents to save our most vulnerable students' lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Erin Berger.
Good afternoon. As an MCPS parent, I'm here today to ask that more funding and resources be allocated towards safety and security improvements within MCPS. I implore you to listen to the experts within your leadership community, such as Chief Jones and Director Michelle Ezofor, as well as the parents in the community who are bringing such much needed attention to the topic of school safety. Safety shouldn't be a topic that members like myself in the community should have to raise with you. Safety and well-being of all students and staff members within MCPS should be, without a doubt, your number one and absolute highest priority each and every day. When life-threatening risks present itself, you must take action. For example, and not to be dramatic, the tragic events of 9/11 changed our country forever. In the aftermath of the destruction and mourning, there was an intense period of reflection, assessment, and evaluation of our safety and security measures nationwide. In the months that followed, air travel, concert going, professional sporting events, and more changed dramatically. Security has increased almost everywhere, even at meetings just like this one. And elaborate screening processes have been implemented in many areas to prevent more attacks and any further loss of life. I'm going to repeat myself. A risk was identified, so safety measures changed. When the threat of COVID-19 emerged and case numbers began to rise, everything shut down. Our schools were closed. But when you eventually allowed them to reopen, you did so with requiring masking, distancing, and testing protocols. Again, a risk was identified, and then you made the appropriate changes to safety measures. When the weather drops but a few inches of snow, salt is sprayed, parking lots are plowed, and school is closed or delayed, a risk identified, safety measures implemented. Then why, as an epidemic of school shootings that's running rampant across our country, are our safety measures within MCPS not changing dramatically?
Thank you. You can send us your testimony.
Thank you.
Philip Hill.
On December 18 at Seven Locks Elementary, my daughter, a third grader, was sat beside a student when he threatened to bring a gun in his bag and shoot everyone in the school. This student has a documented history of violence towards his peers, yet it took until the following evening for a message to be sent by a principal that only went to parents in the class. That message downplayed the threat, calling it an inappropriate comment. My daughter said, "That's not an inappropriate comment. An inappropriate comment is saying someone looks odd." How is it that an 8-year-old can have a clearer sense of what constitutes a danger than an elementary school principal? The following day, the same student was allowed to go on a field trip. No consequences, no safety checks. Despite parents' concerns requesting simple actions like checking the student's bag for weapons, nothing has been done. How would any of us feel if someone came into this room today and made the same threat? Would we just let them back in tomorrow without taking any precautions? The same student last year physically assaulted my daughter twice. When he made his declaration for violence, my daughter displayed more bravery than her principal has shown, stating, "What you said is not okay. It's against the whole world's rules." My daughter was instructed to go into the hallway with her bully, unsupervised, where he then threatened her. Police officers have warned me that she will now be targeted by him for further violence. Yet when I asked the principal to move this student out of my daughter's class, or at least conduct a bag search, I was told the safety plan would not involve any class changes or searches. How much more danger does my daughter have to face before MCPS acts? How far does a student need to go before something is done? My daughter loved going to school. Now she's afraid. She feels abandoned by the very people entrusted to protect her. Classrooms are not safe. The lack of action and consequences has created an environment where bullies are emboldened and victims are left to fend for themselves. Children are taught there are no consequences for violent behavior. If this culture continues, I fear it will lead to a breakdown in trust and safety and encourage vigilante justice. I'm asking you to take real, immediate action to keep my daughter and all students safe. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call the next 6 speakers to come to the front. Patricia Serin, Melinda Chesed-Frewer, Esther Wells, Allison Williams, Adavid Layer, and Jax Colby. Patricia, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Surin. I'm a parent of a second grade student at Harriet Tubman Elementary School in Gaithersburg and the president of our Tubman Tigers PTA. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the parents, staff, and community members who are growing increasingly concerned about the safety of our children, particularly when it comes to the lack of proper fencing around the school grounds. Since opening in August 2022, we have seen numerous troubling incidents that highlight the urgent need for a secure environment. The exposed blacktop, playground, and turf field have all become areas of concern. The general lack of security during recess and the free movement of people across the school grounds while children are playing have left many of us feeling anxious. There have been reports of open drug use and adult relations after dark, creating an unsafe environment for students and staff. Additionally, we've had multiple occurrences of community members, both with and without pets, walking across campus while students are outside. On more than one occasion, these individuals have refused to leave school by the staff. They're simply unacceptable. It's not an environment that supports effective learning or the peace of mind that parents deserve. Earlier in 2024, we were told that fencing had been approved and would be installed soon. Yet here we are with no fencing in place. The lack of progress has only increased the frustration and anxiety that parents are feeling. We've been told that there are ongoing discussions between MCPS and the City of Gaithersburg regarding the turf field, but we are still waiting for action. What we are asking for is simple. We need the entire play area enclosed. This includes the playground, the blacktop, and the turf field. We do not want just a small, inadequate barrier that leaves our children vulnerable to the same problems we've been experiencing. If you look at the fencing of nearby schools of Gaithersburg Elementary, you'll see examples of safety measures that should have been in place at Harriet Tubman. We deserve and are asking for a solution that ensures the same level of safety for our children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Melinda.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Melinda Chesed-Frewer. I am the parent of a first grader at Harriet Tubman Elementary, as well as the vice president of the Tubman Tigers PTA. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Tubman community about the fencing around the school. There is no fence enclosing the area that our children play on, which includes a playground, a blacktop area, and a turf field, which is for shared use with the City of Gaithersburg. A small sign from the City of Gaithersburg states that the turf field is restricted to school use during the hours of 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The present fencing proposal by MCPS Office of Facilities Management is insufficient. It proposes to enclose only the playground and the blacktop area in a 4-foot-high fence and requires gates to access the turf field. Tubman students play on this turf field during recess, gym class, field day, and for before and after school activities. We feel strongly that placing a fence between the blacktop playground area and the turf field will restrict its use rather than encourage it. Also, if the students do continue to have access to the turf field during school hours, the lack of a fence around the turf field leaves us in almost the same situation, with community members accessing the field when use should be restricted to the school. Not only do students use the turf field for recreation, building code requires access to the turf field in the event of an emergency situation. While gates can certainly be opened, will all staff who need to open these gates have the key or the code available in the event of an emergency? We in the Tubman community feel that strongly that a better choice would be to put a higher fence enclosing the playground, blacktop, and turf field to continue to allow students open access to this great recreational facility. We understand there are discussions that need to take place with the City of Gaithersburg because of the shared use agreement of the turf field. As this is now the middle of the third year of instruction at Harriet Tubman Elementary, we recommend these discussions need to take place immediately so that a sensible and safe fencing solution can be put in place at our school as soon as possible. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Esther?
Good afternoon, Board President Yang, board members, Superintendent Taylor, staff, and community members. My name is Esther Wells, and I'm the proud mom of 2 MCPS students. I've reviewed the superintendent's proposed FY 2026 operating budget and need to share the following. Transparency. Please provide the community with how much the maintenance of effort, or MOE, for FY 2026 and trend analysis of MOE over the last 3 years. This will help community members digest the big ask of $3.61 billion. Any incremental state revenue funding should be offset to local revenue funding, as the proposed budget is requesting $285 million, or 13.4% increase year over year. That is a big ask. Can MCPS share its plan to recruit and hire 688 FTEs at $46.7 million? In recent years, there has been a consistent theme of requesting an operational workforce of FTEs that did not materialize. Please revise the budget before board tentative approval to only ask taxpayers to fund MCPS operations at levels that are achievable, and please reduce the level of transfers out of instructional salaries categories. Accountability. While we are always working to improve budget formulation, we remain laser focused on what the taxpayer is getting for their money. According to Bethesda Today, literacy shows that the number of kindergartners that reached the benchmark decreased overall from almost 50% in fall 2023 to 47% in fall 2024. The presentation will also show that for math proficiency, kindergartners showed a significant drop in the number meeting the benchmarks for math. What is MCPS planning to do to address some of the declines in kindergarten scores? Summer enrichment programs. Will summer enrichment programs be by invitation only or made available to all of elementary school and middle school general education students? What is the plan for incoming kindergarten students to have access to summer school, even if it's at a fee? Accessibility. Delayed release of special education staffing plan. Please ensure it's released at the same time as the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Allison.
Hi, thank you for hearing us today. I represent kindergarten teachers who are strongly suggesting that self-selected center social emotional learning time be reinstated to the schedule and made a requirement for kindergarten classes. Honestly, play should be a part of grades K to 12 to enhance learning. Once children stop liking school, it is hard to get them to like it again. And once they do not like school, their learning rate is adversely affected. How do we teach children to love learning in school? Well, number one is relationships, connections between teachers and students to students. But effective learning is when students are doing what they want to be doing, and it is the same as what their teachers want them to be doing. Children thrive when they are able to experience wonder, curiosity, and joy in learning. Hands-on learning, discovery-based learning, and play-based learning provide venues for children to be immersed in wonder, curiosity, and joy. The new CK-LA curriculum is a 2-hour whole group reading lesson with 2 table work breaks and maybe 15 minutes of hands-on learning with letter tiles. It's not developmentally appropriate to expect any child to sit in one place and sustain attention for such a long period of time. Needless to say, this curriculum does little to promote wonder, curiosity, and joy. But play is the common language of children. Children master relationships, creative thinking, critical thinking, conflict resolution, sharing, taking turns, how to work together as a team. But play also has deep connections to academics. Research demonstrates that links between play and acquisition of academic skills deepen content knowledge in the domains of math, reading, science, and computer technology. Science research explains that when you play, certain parts of the brain are activated, chemicals are released, and they focus on memory and attention. So why have we removed such an important and powerful piece of a child's learning? Seeking equity, we do drive children to learn to read earlier, but this deprives them of social emotional learning, and is that equitable? To foster children's reading skills and stunt abilities to work with others, let's reinstate joy by allowing self-selected centers to come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I think is Adavait. Did I say your name correctly? Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Thank you, board members, for being given the opportunity to speak today. Every day in our classrooms, I see teachers doing their best to reach every student, adapting lessons for different learning styles, and providing extra support where needed and trying to challenge those who are ready for more. But the reality is our educators are stretched thin, and some students, especially those with learning differences or those just learning English, aren't getting all the support they could be. Technology has transformed how we teach and learn, and new digital tools offer a real chance to help both our students and teachers thrive. Think of a student struggling with reading comprehension who could get instant help breaking down complex texts, or a teacher who could quickly generate practice problems tailored to each student's level. These aren't far-off possibilities. Schools are already using these tools successfully to give students more personalized attention and support. What we need now is your support to bring these learning tools to all our students in a thoughtful way. With proper training for our teachers and clear guidelines to protect student privacy and ensure equal access, we can give every child in Montgomery County the personalized support they need to succeed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Jax.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Education, and a special welcome to the newer faces on the board. My name is Jax Kobe. I use they, them pronouns, and I am a proud MCPS alum. As a graduate from Wooten, I've always valued the education I received, but it's important to acknowledge that not all students have access to the same resources or opportunities. Looking at the school profiles and data dashboard, I found major discrepancies that raise serious concerns about equity across our schools. Specifically, after using GIS to display school data geographically, I've been able to see the large extent to which a student's geography impacts their opportunity. I've compiled all of the information into a document which I encourage you to take a look at with the link or QR code. I'd love to explain it in more detail, but I only have 2 minutes. As the board begins to undertake the boundary study, I urge you to proceed with caution. While boundary adjustments should promote diversity, they must also address resource disparities in meaningful ways. Diversity alone will not eliminate the achievement gap if systemic inequities persist. I encourage the board to ensure that this process does not become a band-aid solution, but rather part of a larger strategy to dismantle structural racism in our schools. Ultimately, if MCPS is serious about addressing racism in schools, it must collaborate with the County Council to tackle housing segregation. The connection between housing and education is undeniable. Where students live largely determines the resources they can access, but breaking this cycle requires bold action, policies that promote affordable housing, equitable school funding, and inclusive zoning policies. The legacy of segregation is not just history, it's a living reality that affects students today. By addressing these issues head-on, MCPS has the opportunity to lead the way in creating a truly equitable education system, one that gives every student, regardless of their race or zip code, an equal chance to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to play some virtual testimony. So can we roll Mr. Sterling High's testimony? Oh, are you here in person? Wonderful. Mr. Sterling High, come on.
Good afternoon, President Yang, Dr. Taylor, and members of the board. I'm here as an MVA parent, now with 2 BLP students, and as an advocate for students and teachers who need access to public virtual school in Montgomery County. I'm deeply concerned that a budget claiming to be zero-based and focused on meeting students' basic needs does not include a virtual school. With more than $300 million in additional funding requested, including $2 million for a program with the same flaws as HHT, how is there no room to ensure every child has access to a school? Not just coursework, but a school that benefits the entire system and will not be dismissed on a whim. You already have the per-pupil allocation to make this happen. Leveraging them will satisfy the need and attract more students and more funding in future years. One of your legislative priorities is advocating for a statewide virtual school, but we know from our own advocacy that is not realistic. The state lacks the authority, funding, and the appetite to create one. However, Maryland law already allows local districts to establish virtual schools, alone or in consortium, funded by the same per-pupil allocations as any other school. The power to act is in your hands, not Annapolis. And in this budget proposal, MCPS is leaving kids behind. MCPS is already using virtual learning for enrichment, for advancement, but not for baseline access. To reference Dr. Taylor's popcorn analogy, there are students who can't even get into the popcorn bag without a virtual school. Don't they matter too? Kids who can't attend brick and mortar schools because of medical, learning, or circumstantial barriers are left behind, isolated, and underserved. They jump through hoops to get scraps. Let me be clear. Kids, especially young ones, need more than piecemeal schedules. They need full-time teachers who know them, administrators who support them, and a community where they can collaborate and grow. Segregating kids into fragmented programs is not equity, it's neglect. We've seen virtual schools work, we've done it, and we've done it well. If this budget is truly about filling gaps and meeting needs, the absence of a virtual school is a fatal oversight. Let's not miss the chance to do what's right. By establishing a synchronous virtual school, we can once again ensure that every child has access to the education that they need to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one last in-person testimony from Mr. Armando Grandi Gomes. Come to the front. Gomez. Thank you. Can you push the button? There.
Is that on?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So hello to the new members of the Board of Education and all of you that I've seen before, and Dr. Taylor, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Armando Grandi Gomez. As a member of this community, I'm also representing BCE, Black Coalition for Education Excellence, which I notice doesn't seem to get on your radar screen too much or seems to get equitable treatment when it comes to giving testimony. But I still want to talk about some things that we know about. I find it very, very interesting and very disconcerting when we come here and we're having issues that have been going on, especially with the issue of Wooten that is now going nationwide. That should not only be a slap in the face, but this is not new. The timeline we know is not new. It's not new to many of you that have been on the board. It's not new to some of you that have been around for a while, but it seems to be all of a sudden a shock and an awe. I remember the last time I was present with you, one of your board members was Ms. Wolf, brought up an attention of another issue that was disconcerting when it came to issue of people that happened to look like me, Black people. And it was nooses or racial pejoratives or what have you. The word, and I'm not going to say the N word, I was going to say it today, but I'm not going to say it because we all know what that word is. And it's not the word no. It's a pejorative that seems to be very comfortably used at Wooten High School and probably many other schools within our district. But I don't see any of you, the outside of Ms. Wolf, that seem to have a problem with it. It seems to be business as usual. Now, I assure you, if it was another side of me, because I also happen to be Jewish and Hispanic as well. So if it was one of our other groups of people, if we were part of the AAPI, like my stepfather is, would that be an issue if racial pejoratives were used? This should not be comfortable. It should not be commonplace. And also, I want to bring up something else to your attention. When we had our SHMOB representative last month had a meeting, there were hardly any Black faces or hardly any Hispanic faces or students. Do you mean to tell me that they're not a part of this equation and this discussion? Why? We can't find anybody outside of Caucasian students, Asian students, or Indian identifying students? I don't believe that. We need to do better, and I encourage you to do better. Thank you. I won't go over.
Thank you. Can the staff play the 3 video testimony? We'll go first to Andrea Madonna.
Good afternoon, members of the school board, administrators, and community members. My name is Andrea McDonald, and I'm here to advocate for a vision that will empower every student in our district. A vision for a virtual school that serves all students, not just those who are medically fragile, but every student who can benefit from the flexibility and opportunities that online learning offers. As we continue to adapt to the evolving educational landscape, we must recognize that one size does not fit all. Students learn in diverse ways, and many may find the traditional classroom environment challenging for a variety of reasons. Whether due to health concerns, scheduling conflicts, family situations, or simply a preference for a different learning model, a virtual school can provide the personalized, flexible education that some students desperately need to thrive. Funding a virtual school is not about replacing our brick-and-mortar classrooms, it's about offering choice. It's about providing an alternative pathway for students who need a different way to engage with their studies. This model can help reduce dropout rates, improve student satisfaction, and support diverse learning needs, from students who need more time to those who need a more rigorous challenge. Moreover, a well-funded virtual school can be an invaluable resource to the district, expanding our capacity to reach students who might otherwise fall through the cracks. It can be a model of inclusivity and innovation that reflects the future of education, not just for those with specific needs, but for all students who will benefit from a more flexible, self-paced, and tailored approach. Investing in this virtual learning model is an investment in equity. It's about giving every student the opportunity to succeed regardless of their individual circumstances. I urge you to consider the potential impact of this initiative, not just on today's learners, but on the future of our entire school community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, let's move to Kember Kane.
Happy New Year, Dr. Taylor, President Yang, and members of the Board of Education. My name is Kember Kane, kindergarten teacher and the Montgomery County Education Association treasurer. Before the winter break, Superintendent Taylor laid out a bold budget that called for, among other things, much-needed investments in educator recruitment and retention, special education, and emergent multilingual learning. After 2 decades of teaching in Montgomery County Public Schools, I have witnessed how attempts to minimize investment in special education affect all students at the elementary school level. This year, across the county, we see many kindergartners are making progress, but some are still demonstrating the impact of misplaced special education students that we discussed in the fall. Most affected are our multilingual learners, our students who entered kindergarten with IEPs, students without pre-K experience, and students demonstrating learning or social emotional difficulties. Many of these students would benefit emotionally and thereby academically from self-selected centers that were removed from the instructional guidelines for kindergarten to accommodate the 2-hour daily requirements for CKLA language arts. Teachers and students are struggling under the almost nonstop mandated assessments. We need more special educators and paraeducators in schools to tackle these huge workloads and help students learn and feel seen, heard, and supported. As any early childhood expert will tell you, assembling the building blocks to help our students succeed academically and to successfully navigate life with other humans is most effective and efficient when children are young, with the adequate levels of caring adult guidance, so they start middle school with a solid foundation. This budget invests in the addition of special education experts, both teachers and paraeducators, to classrooms where there are none or not enough. We need your help to turn this bold proposed budget into a bold reality for Montgomery County students. Thank you.
Next, we'll do Ricky Ribeiro.
Hi, I'm Ricky Ribeiro. I'm president of the John F. Kennedy High School PTSA. I'm a member of the Leadership Council for the Black Coalition for Excellence in Education, and I'm the vice chair of the MCCPTA Safety and Climate Committee. The New York Times recently published an article that explored and reported how there's a rising problem of fights in secondary schools across the U.S. Fueled by social media and cell phones, these fights have increased both in number and severity. In neighboring Prince William County, a student was jumped by several students at Patriot High School, according to local media reports, and this assault was documented on video and distributed through social media and cell phone messaging platforms. Bringing it home here to MCPS, by searching on social media, I was able to find a number of active and inactive school-based fight accounts for numerous MCPS middles and high schools. The existence of these accounts is not new, and some actually date back to 2019. This behavior makes students scared to come to school and parents reluctant to entrust MCPS with the safety and well-being of their children. Just recently at my daughter's middle school, Odessa Shannon, in fact, we had a student attack another student with pepper spray. This situation brings up several things that MCPS needs to address. One, you don't have enough safety and security staff to deal with this behavior. While I'm grateful that Dr. Taylor is recommending an increase in security assistance for next year's budget, those positions aren't guaranteed to survive the approval process. And we can't stop there. Two, we need a team in the Department of System-Wide Safety and Emergency Management to monitor digital threats. These individuals should also be in a position to liaise with technology platforms such as Meta and Snapchat to quickly flag and take down concerning posts that can inflame or spread conflict in our schools. Three, your digital citizenship curriculum needs an overhaul. We need something that's effective and relevant to students. Making them click through canned modules on Canvas won't cut it. As MCPS goes through its safety and security update at the board today, I hope that plans and interventions to disrupt this concerning trend are at the forefront for the school system. We need to prioritize the safety and well-being of our students and staff with actions and not just words. Thank you.
Right. That concludes today's public comment. The next board business meeting will be on Tuesday, February 4th. Sign-ups for public comment will open on Tuesday, January 28th at 6 p.m. In addition to the online sign-ups for public comment, we allow for in-person, same-day sign-ups when space allows. Unallocated slots may be filled on a first-come, first-served basis on the day of the meeting. In order to sign up in person, please arrive at least 15 to 20 minutes before the start of the open session and sign the form. In-person sign-up will close 15 minutes before public comment begins or when all slots are filled. I'm now going to turn to my colleagues to see if there are any comments and questions. I'm going to start from my right-hand side. Ms. Montoya?
Thank you. We heard several things today that raise a concern, and I'd like somebody to talk about the fencing around Harriet Tubman, because I thought that issue had been taken care of. I don't know if anyone can speak to that right now, but that's important. And wait, I've got one other thing. Oh, they can come on, if you could tell us.
The staff. Only the staff, thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon.
First, introduce yourself.
Sure. Adnan Mamoon, Deputy Chief of Facilities for MCPS. The fence at Harriet Tubman around the playgrounds is being installed currently. From the public comments, we heard the question about the height of the fence. The 4-foot fence around playgrounds is the standard. We usually use higher fence when we are at the property line, or we have to put some kind of a barrier between existing, neighboring properties between and our schools. So the fencing is going on right now. There was another comment about the gates. Those are actually required by code because there is public right-of-way that leads from the school out of those fenced areas into public right-of-ways. And per code, we do have to provide exit gates. Those are going to be, equipped with exit devices that allows people in case of an emergency to be able to get out. So that's the update on Harriet Tubman.
Okay, thank you. I also heard the security concerns raised today, and I'm actually offended that somebody would think that we did not take that seriously. Security is our highest priority in this system, and it didn't take new board members coming on to reflect that, because I personally have a grandson in MCPS, an elementary school. And so, yes, I am on board with the idea that security is one of our highest concerns. I also want to say that we've been dealing with the issue of access to cell phone service in our buildings now for some years. And I thought we had been working with Verizon to try to address that issue. And for some reason, they don't seem to be able to help very much. And our buildings, some of them are old. But we were working on that. And I don't know if anybody can speak to that, but it was also a concern, as you know, at Magruder with having access, with the police having access to being able to talk to each other inside our buildings.
Thank you. Ms. Montoya?
Thank you. I just want to thank everyone for coming today, especially our students, our parents and caregivers. Many of you took off work or time when we've already had such a challenging week, so I want to say thank you, and to all of our staff that are here as well. I also want to address the safety and security, just in the sense that I do hear you. I am a parent. My kids go to schools. These are things I worry about as well. I don't in any way think that any of my colleagues sitting at this table don't care about that. It is something that I know everyone has at the forefront of their mind, including racist incidents. I don't have to be a new board member to know that these things are happening or to care about them. I absolutely care that there's racism in our schools, and I know, without speaking for them, that all of my colleagues do as well. So I just want to be very clear that these are things that we're thinking about. These are things that are important to us, irrespective of how it may seem or how anyone actually may feel, which I do understand. But these issues are at the forefront of our mind. Thank you.
Ms. Stewart?
Sure. I want to thank the parents from Seven Locks to come out to talk about some of their issues. I do appreciate that there's a lot of asks there, and we do have a very tight budget. So I would like to do some analysis or ask the system to see where there could be improvements that's cost effective. So that's something I would like to follow up with in the future. And also I want to reiterate what Ms. Montoya just said. We do take racism very seriously. And there is no instance where I think that word is appropriate in any way. So I wanted to, I think everyone here would probably agree with me. So also I wanted to mention the concern from the kindergarten teacher about play-based learning and the centers. I know that there is research out there that play-based learning is very effective, especially in kindergarten. So let's look into that. I don't know, maybe there's other ways it's being implemented instead of the centers, but that's something I'd like to follow up with in the future, because we need to follow the research. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to go to my left, Ms. Rivera-Ovens.
Yeah, I would like to revisit the Harriet Tubman concerns. As the person who did the walkthrough at Harriet Tubman, when I did the walkthrough quite a while ago, it was one of the first things that I did as a board member. The concerns were for there to be a gate put up, but can you just explain a little bit more about the other concerns about access during the school time and the fencing? How tall is it? Because there were two suggestions back in the day when I did the walkthrough, and one of them was to have much higher fence. So I don't know which one is being currently put in. Two, when I did the walkthrough, I actually saw community members walking through the fields of the elementary school, which is one of the reasons why I remember this so clearly, of the urgency of putting that up. And how is that going to be handled? And three, for the blacktop, the access during the day, our kids are going to be able to have full access to it? And how is it being worked out then after school hours?
Yeah, so I can provide the details to you after I get the more further details from the building operations, because as far as the gates are concerned, again, those need to be put in place because of the code requirement. We have checked with our architect of record, and that's what they're recommendation was as far as the fence around the playgrounds, those are being installed at 4 feet. We are also talking to the city of Gaithersburg regarding the fence that was being requested around the field. Correct. Now, the field is not our property, so it has to be something that we coordinate with the city of Gaithersburg, and we have started that communication.
Okay. And the access then during the day to the, that is not going to be an issue?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Silvana?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to thank all the students for coming out and sharing their concerns. We always appreciate hearing from the students. In regards to the Board of Ed meeting with student leaders, we encourage all students from all backgrounds to reach out. These opportunities are open to everyone. We were lucky enough to have an incredibly diverse set of students at that board meeting. The meeting is live on the YouTube right now, so if you want to go check, it's 12/12/24 Board of Education meeting with student leaders. But again, there's a lot more opportunities for students to be able to engage with MCPS staff, to have their voice heard. This is not the only one by and large. So I really do encourage any students who are interested from any backgrounds, again, to reach out, because my email is live on the website. And again, these opportunities are open to everyone.
Mrs. Zimmerman?
Thank you. I also want to thank everyone from the community for coming out and speaking before us today. It's a really important part of the work that we do is to hear from everyone. I also want to thank the colleagues before me because they asked and shared a lot of sentiments that I was hoping to echo. So in the interest of time, I am going to say that thank you for sharing. I share a lot of the concerns of the community, and I look forward to hearing more from everyone else.
Ms. Sylvester?
Yes, likewise, thank you for everyone that came to provide your testimony today. I will be following up on your concerns during our safety and security presentation later in the agenda.
Thank you, everyone. With that, we are going to move into our next agenda item, which is the tentative action on policy GAA. Right, so, oh, did I skip the whole section? Okay, let's go back to consent items. These are important business, we can't. Okay, so we are going to do our consent items. This month we have included the monthly human resources and development report in the consent item, and it's going to be where it's going to stay from now forward. All right. I want to ask my colleagues, are there any items you would like to pull? Ms. Sylvester?
612?
612? Any other items? Ms. Stewart?
6.5, 6.6, and 6.7.
6.5, 6.6, 6.2. I would
7.
Oh, 6.7. Anyone else? I would like to put 6.2. So, all right. Can I have move the rest in blocks?
So moved.
I second.
Okay, so all in favor, raise your hand. All right, we will go with item 6.2 first. That is item I pull. I have questions about two of the items in this area, and I'm going to, one of them is strategic implementation of absenteeism. I want to understand exactly what does this item, what does this contract, would it give us? What would it provide?
Greetings, Dr. Taylor, President Yang, Vice President Rivera-Ubben, and members of the board. I'm Damon Monteleone, Associate Superintendent in the Office of Wellbeing and Student Services. And within our office, we have the Office of International Admissions and Enrollment. Oh, excuse me, in attendance, this is the other one, attendance services. So this is actually works with our community schools as well as our Office of Pupil Personnel and Attendance Services. So just, this is for Attendance Works. This is something that is coming from the community schools budget, which is not part of our base budget, but from the state. And Attendance Works is a national leader in addressing chronic absenteeism and promoting equal opportunities to learn and advance really parent and student-centered practices. They're known nationally as a leader in research-based activities. And so what we were able to do is work with them and pilot schools within the community schools program, right? So we started with a number of schools last year. We expanded that this year. And it really was an opportunity for our principals and our pupil personnel workers and our counselors, right, and everybody who provides wraparound services, our parent community coordinators, to work with Attendance Works, along with the OSSI directors, to identify strategies, right, to communicate with parents, to create a sense of belonging for students in schools so they see themselves and they feel valued in school, to promote education for parents around why it is so important for students to attend school, certainly in the first few years, for that being able to read by third grade and then read to really understand complex texts beyond just learning to read, right, by fifth grade. So providing information on that. And so when we looked at our data in our schools, in our community schools, what we found last year was our first year really pushing out a comprehensive program to reduce chronic absenteeism. And while we did see some gains district-wide, just about 3% district-wide, and a decrease in chronic absenteeism, we saw within our community schools that participated in this program 6.2% reduction in chronic absenteeism in those schools. So beyond that, we've taken some of their best practices, we've expanded them across the district. They're not something that can only be used, right, just for the schools that they're serving. And so we started as a district with, in 22-23 school year, like many schools around the nation and the state, at a 26% chronic absenteeism rate. We ended last school year at 23.1, and currently we just pulled the data. We're just a hair over 20%. So we are seeing gains, right, in reducing chronic absenteeism district-wide in addition to those community schools that participated.
So this is a grant, basically,
yes,
to work with community schools, which are elementary schools, to reduce chronic absenteeism. Dr. Taylor?
Yeah, thanks, Doc. I would appreciate it, and I think the board is looking for a little bit more information, and you can just use an example of like one strategy that they use in exchange for the money. So it's kind of like, what are they getting for this expenditure, and a couple of the strategies that you're using with this program?
Sure. So I think first and foremost, through Attendance Works, it's about bringing in parents and understanding from their perspective some of the challenges they may face. And as you said, at the elementary level, we do have a couple middle schools, right, that were involved as well. But we know that at the elementary level, it's not quite like high school where students are making decisions at the high school level, right, to come or not come. So for at the elementary level, it's meeting with parents and understanding all of the challenges they may face, whether those are language barriers or cultural barriers or just wraparound service barriers, right? Is there rent insecurity? Are there issues with perhaps winter clothing? So getting that voice data from the parents, bringing them in, having the parents be part of the solutions. And this fits well with our community school model. With every community school has a steering team of parents and students that helps develop their overall community schools plan and how those funds will be used. So that is one thing, right? Training all of our staff on meeting with parents and bringing the parents in and utilizing really the information that they're sharing with us. Something else is about constant and consistent communication, right? So communication to the entire community about why attendance is important, about who you can contact if you need support with attendance, but then also intervening and speaking with parents and reaching out to parents in real time when we see students who are hitting certain thresholds, right, on their way to being chronically absent. So these are a couple of the strategies that they've shared and that have proven very beneficial.
Thank you. I also would like to have a question about 5005.1 Judy Center. This is a long list of awardees for the Judy Center, and some of them are out of state. how do they provide services to promote children's readiness for school?
Good afternoon, Nichelle Owens, Director for the Division of Early Childhood and Title I Programs and Recovery Funds. So our Judy centers have to reach out to a number of vendors in order to implement their services. They serve children actually from birth until 5 years old or just before they enter kindergarten. And to do so, we need to outreach to a number of vendors, including those who support our field trips for transportation. We also reach out to vendors who support other aspects of our Judy Center program guidelines. Do you need a little bit more?
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
like give me an example. There are some companies in California. What do they do for us?
Did that list get updated? I know.
Yeah.
Is Miss?
Yeah, it did get
asked for a
updated. It
correction.
did.
Yeah,
It did.
okay.
It did.
All right. So I'm not aware of the company in California.
Am I missing something?
You have some in Colorado.
Colorado.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this one is a very unique one. It's actually with, I believe, the.
And while you're looking at that, I'll give you a good example of one. Wegmans Food Markets Incorporated, and it's noting Rochester, New York. Well, that's actually where the corporate headquarters of Wegmans is, not our local Wegmans or the future Wegmans on Rockville Pike. Fingers crossed, right?
Okay.
And the other one, I believe, is with the National Aquarium. So the National Aquarium does not allow food to be brought in to its facility when we take our youngsters there. Instead, we have to order lunches, and the place where we order the lunches from, which is through the National Aquarium, is catered, and their headquarters is also in Denver, Colorado.
So all of them has some connections to the program. The
Yes.
address might be the address listed as their headquarter addresses.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure thing.
Within the 6.2, are there any items board members would like to ask?
Thank you so much. I have a question about bid RFP number 1201.1, which is the La Cultura Cora and Transformational Learning by National Compadres Network Incorporated. And my question is what is the deliverable? I know this is a company perhaps incorporated, or a nonprofit incorporated out of California.
Good afternoon, Nikki Hazel, Associate Superintendent in Curriculum. So they do provide professional learning for our teachers, our ELD teacher, English language development teachers.
Okay, and can you just give me a little bit more? What does that look like? Are these online modules? Are they coming out for trainings? Are we doing workshops, or how does that?
I will get you more information. In the past, we have done in-person training for our ELD teachers to provide instruction on how to meet the needs of our English learners and just to make sure that the learning is more accessible to them. But I will get you more information on specifically what the training is about for our teachers.
Okay, because I did take an opportunity to review the vendor and some of their offerings, and I just need to understand better how this fits in with the needs of our students and families, because that's not very clear to me at this time.
Will do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to go to item 6.5.
So these will be pretty quick. First of all, I just want to point out that 6.5 replaces the HVAC at Monocacy. And this is actually really good news because it was first in an FY 2019 appropriation. And so we are now in FY 25. And it is, I believe, a $6 million project. And we have, I believe, others. We also have backlog on. And so these are the kind of things I know that we want to work on in our CIP coming up. And I didn't know if you have anything, since you're at the table, if you want to talk about any other HVAC projects that are large like this that we can expect.
Yeah, there were additional HVAC project requested in our CIP request that was just approved by the board back in November. Unfortunately, I didn't bring my notes,
Okay,
so
no,
I'll
that's
have
okay.
to provide that list to you. We are also, we did discuss during the CIP review that we're going to be reassessing our schools. So that would also inform our future projects. So when we have our full CIP ask next year, then we're going to be introducing additional schools for the HVAC replacement.
Well, I know this was long overdue, and the maintenance people have been working really hard at that school to keep that HVAC going. So that is really good news. And so that brings me to, can I go to the next one?
Yes, please.
6.6, which is the Eastern Middle School design. The architects was picked. And again, that one has been on the books for a very long time. And I know that we are looking to refresh our facilities condition index to help inform us for the next project after Eastern. And so I just thought I'd bring up that that will be coming up soon. And I didn't know if you had a timeline when we're going to start the refresh of the facilities conditions index.
Yeah, thanks for asking that because we do have that RFP out on the streets right now. We're expecting to get those proposals back next week, and we will bring the recommended vendor to help us refresh those numbers in February.
Excellent. And so that brings me to the last point. And this is really a personal privilege, 6.7. We were able to say that Woodland is ready to open for the public, which is very exciting. And that is something that I've personally worked on for over 10 years. And I know the community is very excited to finally have that done. And I just want to congratulate MCPS for, I know that was a long road to get that project done. So thank you.
Just to piggyback on that, we both did the site visit, and I want to thank the staff and everyone involved for making such a beautiful building for our staff and students and community.
Yes, we can go to your 6.12.
If we could get the budget office, Mr. Riley, maybe to come talk about the fiscal report that is on the agenda for this month. Just a high-level overview as the chair of the Fiscal Management Committee. What do we need to know on the state of our budget as of November 30th, 2024? High level.
Before Mr. Riley speaks, I do want to point out something absolutely critical and joyful, is that this is not a negative number in this report anymore. And we are very thrilled by that. And Mr. Riley can illuminate some of the details that have helped lead to that.
Yes, Dr.
So thank
Taylor, you pointed out some measures that we've taken to correct the course. So I wanted to make sure that we took some time to highlight that today.
Yes, good afternoon, board members. Rob Riley, Deputy Chief of Finance. At a high level, this is the monthly financial report that we present every month to give you the financial status of where we're at. So as Dr. Taylor mentioned, we are out of the red, we're into the black, and slowly but surely we're trying to build up that number on page 2, or unassigned fund balance. Some of the ways that we're doing it is that we are tasking departments and divisions to not spend over budget. You would think that would be an easy accomplishment, but it's not, because in some cases for years we have been spending over budget because we had the luxury of having a fund balance. So at the end of the year, some of that overage covered those negatives. But now we are tasking everybody with looking at your budget line by line. For FY26, we went into our zero-based budgeting. So along those same lines, we're looking at every line item, and everybody in the system is doing that. We're also looking at hiring and our HLAs and our, because we're getting special approval because we're looking to see if there's a definite dire need to make that hire in this year. Because as you can see, we are very tight.
HLAs?
Higher level assignments. So when somebody retires or leaves the system, oftentimes we'll have a higher level assignment to, and I think you guys have seen these as well too, because it's if it's a long-term HLA, we're looking for approval from the board. Okay. But those are some of the areas, as well as the individual line items throughout the system.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Taylor, anything you wanted to highlight yourself?
Just very excited that it's working and that we're moving in the right direction. And I have to give high praise to the central services team and to our school fiscal managers who really have taken it very seriously. The board and the fiscal management committee have given us some clear guidance and some direction. And I'm just glad that we're following through with some internal controls that have taken root and have found some meaning. And it sets a clear path for the course that we need to stay ahead.
One of the changes we are doing too, once we identify savings, or the system leaders, once they identify savings, we're actually segregating them, putting in a separate account to address any shortages or throughout the year. So that's new. We've never really done that before.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all the items for discussion. May I have a motion to move them in block?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That's unanimous with those present. Thank you, everyone. Now we have spent all this money. Let's move on to our policy items. All right, so the next is policy GAA. Now, MCPS has faced significant challenges in workplace culture environment over the past few years, underscoring the urgent need for transformative action. The board is resolute in its commitment to cultivating a workforce that's highly effective, deeply engaged, and fully supported. We have two priorities for the 24-25 school year. First, the board will hold MCPS accountable for establishing a safe, inclusive, and welcoming environment where every student and staff member experience both physical safety and emotional well-being. Second, the board will support the system to fortify the educator pipeline by advancing the Grow Your Own initiatives, driving innovative recruitment and retention strategies, and ensuring equity in staffing decisions. These priorities represent a collective pledge to build a stronger, more resilient future for our schools and our community. Now, together, consistent with these priorities, the board is also working to review and amend board policy GAA, positive work environment in a self-renewing organization, or as it would be named under the proposed amendments, workforce excellence, to support the reasons I just named above. So as the Policy Management Committee reviewed draft amendments to this board policy at its meeting on November 14th. That's what happened on November 14th. So now as the chair of the committee, I recommend that the draft amendments to this policy be approved by the full board and for tentative action and sent out for public comment. Now, I want to here especially thank former board member Rebecca Smodrowski and Shebra Evans for their work on this policy. Now, with that, I would like to pass the mic to Dr. Taylor and the staffs here to walk us through the committee recommended draft amendments.
Go ahead, team.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Yang, Vice President Rivera-Oven, members of the board, and Superintendent Taylor. My name is Leslie Turner Percival. I'm a legal director in the Office of General Counsel. With me is Sally Davis. And of course, we also have the Chief of OHRD, who will lead off the presentation. Next slide, please.
All right, I'll pick up here. So our assignment from the Board Policy Management Committee was to re-envision GAA. First off, the original...
Ms. Davis, could you hit your mic, please? Thanks.
Thought I did. Sorry. Our assignment from the board was to re-envision GAA. And first off, you likely agree that the title was a mouthful. And our read of the 2005 policy, that it was diffuse in its objectives. It needed a clearer focus to achieve thoughtful, strategic, and continuous professional growth processes for MCPS employees. And so based on our review of GAA, the writing group recommended keeping its original commitment to professional growth, but building out what that should look like. And so let's go to the next slide. The board's stated purpose is to prepare all students to thrive. And we think GAA should recognize that all MCPS employees are essential for making this happen, whether they are directly engaged with students in the classroom and other school places, or among the many employees whose contributions are more indirect, who keep the schools running and running well. We're all mindful today about getting our schools open when there were miles of sidewalks to be plowed. So who support our families, who keep us in compliance with various requirements, and who keep the resources flowing to support the work. So our first objective for policy GAA was to emphasize workforce excellence as a requisite for student success, and simultaneously to recognize all employees play some important role in student successes. Secondly, we wanted GAA to see the life cycle of an employee as continuous, from recruiting and onboarding to keeping employees' skills sharp, and to looking ahead to the many ways employees move into greater areas of responsibility and leadership. And when needed, it also supports employees who are struggling to intervene effectively when performance improvement is needed. I'll turn to Ms. Key, and can we have the next slide, please?
Good afternoon, President Yang, Vice President Rivera-Oven, Dr. Taylor, and members of the board. We know we are a student-centered organization, but something we struggle with is consistently recognizing and supporting how all employees contribute to the mission. Next slide. We also know that the professional growth system is experienced differently across all of our employees. Some employees only think of professional growth system as a sign that something has gone wrong, performance is not meeting expectations. While this is one function of professional growth, it is only one of several. And let's be clear, if the two other components of professional growth are working and an employee never ever needs to experience it as a sign that something has gone wrong. A truly systematic approach to professional growth is much more than that. It is as much about onboarding and skill development for an employee's current position as it is for encouraging employees to think ahead to where their careers in MCPS might take them. A truly resilient organization draws out and retains talent, nurtures employees to respond imaginatively to unfamiliar or challenging situations, to persevere and to collaborate. When we grow our own, we return the investment we make in our employees many times over. Next slide, please. Our writing group put these issues before focus groups, and here's what kept coming up. Our professional growth system should live out our values of being anti-racist, supportive, responsive, collaborative. But what does that mean? And so we pushed the discussion to ask, what makes a professional growth system anti-racist, supportive, responsive, and collaborative. And this is where we think we've improved this draft over the previous version. If we really want to see the values lived out in our workplaces, we need to articulate guiding principles and strategies for a professional growth system that gets us to the values that we hold. Next slide. We know that an employee's immediate supervisor has a bigger day-to-day role in getting the best from everyday employee actions, for cultivating work environments that inspire us all towards excellence. And so the implementation strategies of this policy on our routine, support, learning-focused supervision, and comprehensive professional learning to raise awareness of identifiable patterns of implicit bias in evaluation processes and disrupt such conduct within MCPS. We also know that the individual professional learning plans are more routine for licensed employees than learning plans are for other employees. For licensed employees, learning plans are even required in state regulations. But employees in all spheres of MCPS need to be encouraged to develop professional interests, develop new competencies, and seek leadership opportunities. And this isn't just how we live out our commitment to equity, it's how we build a resilient organization. I'll turn it back to Ms. Davis.
Okay, next slide, please. So in short, here's what you'll see in the revised draft. A new title that we think captures what we want for MCPS, a clear emphasis on students as the center of our work, a clear articulation of our values with respect to professional growth system, and a professional growth structure with 3 connected spheres: onboarding, training, and keeping employees' skills sharp for the jobs they have now, career advancement to draw out professional interests and leadership potential to retain talent, and yes, should we need it, a structure that fairly and effectively responds when employee performance falls short. The new draft has a clear statement that supervisors are forefront in employees' daily lives, where employees and supervisors alike share responsibility for workforce excellence. So we have 2 recommendations today. Can we move forward on the slide, please? Okay, and then one more, please. We would like to revise and retitle GAA to emphasize a systemic approach to workforce excellence, and we would like to take tentative action to send it out for public comment. I'm happy to take you through the draft and highlight, but otherwise we're ready for your discussion. Next slide, please.
Does any board member need us to go through the highlights, or we can proceed to your questions and comments? Okay, I'm going to start from this side. Miss Silvestri.
Yeah, I was remembering the climate survey, the last climate survey, and in it, it shared that staff want to get more feedback on their performance, more. So I just wanted to make sure that this policy captures that spirit, that feedback that we've gotten from our staff directly in the climate survey. Just wanted you to speak to that.
I can point out
one more time.
Lines 90 and 91.
Microphone.
I don't know what it is today. I'm so sorry.
It's cold.
Okay, if I can take you to page 3. So this is where we want to focus on this point number 1 and the subpoints that follow, that it is a shared responsibility among leaders, and providing I'll jump down to 90 and 91, providing learning-focused supervision that includes routine support and ongoing feedback for staff, and then 98, 99, and 100, evaluate employees and provide actionable feedback in a timely manner, consistent with established timelines and required core competencies. That's an elaborate structure of timelines as employees are new and move through those various levels, and I wouldn't begin to push it further than what I know there, but just to point out that that's what that 1D is highlighting. There is a process. We just need to raise it up and say this process is extremely important, that employees do want that actionable feedback, regular learning-supported feedback, that we move forward.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Rivera-Ovens.
Thank you. On that same page, in lines 101 through 104, which really E, which is create and implement comprehensive, culturally responsive professional learning to promote awareness of potential sources, the rest of it. It all sounds really, really great. I'm just trying to understand how that's going to be accomplished.
I'm going to begin that, and then I'm going to turn it over to April. All supervisors have been through a lot of training recently to focus on these kinds of processes. I think putting it in the policy says keep doing it. So I don't know if, April, you have anything you want to add to some of the training that we've all experienced?
Yes, I think it is important that it is in there, and we value being culturally responsive. And I think that is important in every aspect of our jobs and with our employees.
I think it's great, and I'm just wondering how we're going to evaluate that that's actually working with our employees. Like, is there, because, when you go to the feedback that Sylvester was talking about of our employees, I'm just wondering then how you're going to evaluate some of these items to ensure that it actually is well received, or that the employees might say, actually, this needs to be, there needs to be a little bit more meat on this. So I'm just wondering if that needs to.
The exciting part about this is the new HCM system will have evaluations as part of the system. And so we'll be able to pull reports and look at data points that will either verify that we are doing the work or confirm that we aren't, and we need to be elevating the work.
Thank you.
To speak directly to your question, and using cultural competency as a good example, and being something that we should evaluate, there are actually states that require cultural competency in an employee appraisal system. And some best practice involves having portfolios where educators or staff members can showcase either lessons or activities or things that they've been involved in that demonstrate their cultural competency beyond just training, how they're really applying cultural competency in their work. And this really provides an opportunity to showcase that as a point of pride, as well as a point for something to be in our appraisal system.
Ms. Wolf?
I just want to thank you for your work on this. As a member of the policy committee, I know we spent a lot of time on this, and I just have two thoughts. Skill development has always been on our agenda, but what I'm glad to see and what I want to point out is lines 131 through 144, where we talk about what's happening if the staff are not meeting the standards, because that's been a question that I've been raising forever, and it was never actually in the other policy. So I'm glad to see that in there. I'm also glad to see that you mentioned the employees who indirectly impact students, because that's one of the things that I've always known that they did in Boston. It didn't matter who you were. You had the exact same training on the mission and the goals, so that everyone was going on the same train to New York. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your work on this.
Ms. Matoya?
Thank you. I also just wanted to thank all of you. I know that especially all of our policies take a lot of work, but especially something like this where you're trying to meet the needs of so many different staff members who do so many different things across the district, and all of the thoroughness and input that you had to gather and kind of try to find something that fits everyone's needs. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And for our policy committee and our other board members from prior years who have done the work to get this up and going too. Thank you.
Ms. Stewart?
Sure. I was wondering if I didn't see it in here unless I just missed it. Are there exit interviews that are done? Because that could also give us a view into how to improve our work conditions.
An exit interview is provided through the Office of Strategic Initiatives. They collect that data, but then whenever we have executive staff, I do personal exit interviews so I understand better the reason for choosing to go somewhere else or what obstacles they may have faced doing their job.
Is there a reason why it's not in this policy? Is it just in another policy?
I don't know that this policy really speaks to exit interviews.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other lights, can the staff member read the resolve for board actions?
Thank you. Resolved that the Board of Education take tentative action on committee recommended draft board policy GAA, positive work environment in a self-renewing organization, and be it further resolved that committee recommended draft board policy GAA, positive work environment in a self-renewing organization, be sent out for public comment.
Okay. I don't think this takes a vote. It will just go up for the public comment. Thank you so much for your work.
Move approval.
We do have to take a vote. Oh, okay, okay. All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. Right, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to staff. And just as a reminder to the public, usually the open comment period is 45 days, so that you will be on our website, so we love to hear from everyone.
The comment period is 21 days.
21 days?
Yes.
I need to get that straight. Thank you so much. 21
welcome.
gives me a start. Yeah. Another. All right, so we are going to move into our data talks. And first, we'll be having our fall 2024 literacy data and progress update. I will invite the staff to come to the front, and I'm going to pass the mic to Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Today, we will focus and continue our discussion on literacy with our fall 2024 early literacy data, highlighting notable progress in grade 2 and providing a strategic update on the return on investment for targeted interventions and data-informed strategies. This update highlights how the district is working to improve our literacy outcomes for students by ensuring alignment with the science of reading, research, implementation of high-quality instructional materials, professional learning, and accountability models. You'll see some really exciting and positive changes for our early grades in elementary school, and you'll also see some persistent achievement gaps that we are working to reduce. We are really excited about bringing this update, as this is really encouraging news about our future moving forward. And at this time, I'll turn it over to our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Peggy Pugh, and team to lead us through this conversation.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Next slide, please. We are excited to share with you in response to your request about, is it working? You know, we invested a lot of funding in early literacy, and we want to know, is that investment paying off? And so we're happy to bring to you some results in our K1 and 2 today. As you know, literacy is the foundation of all future learning, and it's critical that we get it right early. All of our elementary schools have moved to using the core knowledge language arts curriculum, which is new, and it's a huge lift, and a huge thank you to all of our teachers and our leaders who are working to implement it so that students in all schools, regardless of where they are, have access to a high quality curriculum. Our teachers were trained through this summer, and our administrators also were trained, and many of us attended the training alongside of our teachers so that we could truly do a good job in supporting. We are working together across offices and having teams of content experts go out to each of the schools and to coach and to give ongoing feedback, because we know one-time summer learning isn't going to be enough to help implement a brand new curriculum. They need ongoing support. We also, just a reminder, the data that we're going to be sharing with you today is the dynamic indicators of basic early literacy skills. If you hear us say DIBELS, that's what that refers to. And that's the measure that we want to make sure that we're using so that teachers can see what their students know and still don't know in order to plan instruction in a really ongoing way as they use that data. What our goal is to show steady improvement, both through the early investments that the board has made over the past few years, and then we're hoping by the end of this year to begin to demonstrate improvement in our literacy scores in all of the elementary schools based on the implementation of our new curriculum. Next slide, please. And now I'll turn it over to Malika Brown, who is our supervisor of elementary literacy.
Good afternoon, President Yang and Vice President Rivera-Oven. My name is again Malika Brown. I'm Elementary English Language Arts Supervisor. So 3 years ago, we began to shift the way that we teach reading across our elementary schools. We started in a pilot in 9th school focusing on grades K to 2. The pilot focused on really explicit foundational skills instruction, which is one of the key components of effective reading instruction. The pilot, during that time, it serves its intended purpose. And as a result, during the 22-23 school year, we implemented Really Great Reading, which is a foundational skills program across all elementary schools, with, again, a continued focus on grades K to 2. During the same year, we also implemented DIBELS, a dynamic indicator of basic early literacy skills. That's the last time I'm going to say it, I promise. Assessment as well, so that teachers could be able to monitor effective reading instruction and determine the progress students were making. We also provided professional learning on the components of reading, again, so that teachers continue to build their skills and knowledge around what is effective instruction and what does that look like and how children learn to read. The following year, during our 23-24 school year, we continued with Really Great Reading, again, across all of the elementary schools, and continued to provide professional learning for our teachers, because we've heard earlier that one and done is not enough, and so we wanted to ensure that they had that ongoing professional learning to support their knowledge and capacity in being able to deliver effective literacy instruction. We also increased the emphasis on monitoring that reading progress in the early grades. Not just only using our DIBELS assessment for the 3 times a year in which it's administered, but also utilizing the progress monitoring component to continue to check in on how students are doing. This school year, we were able to expand beyond foundational skills and really move towards our language comprehension, which is another critical aspect of learning to read. And we did this by adopting a knowledge-building curriculum. To support the implementation, all teachers were trained on the new curriculum, as Dr. Pugh mentioned, as well as administrators and teacher leaders. We also increased the accountability with our DIBELS assessment, and so we expanded beyond K to 2, but also utilizing the assessment for students in grades 3 to 5, so that we can continue to gain additional information around those explicit skills and areas of growth for our students in 3 to 5. And finally, in true collaborative fashion and partnership, we work closely with the Office of School Support and Improvement to provide that direct aligned support to schools through a school support team model, which we're going to expand into the upcoming school year. Next slide, please. And so today I wanted to share the impact of these changes over the past 3 years as reflected in our DIBELS data, the alignment to the new Maryland Comprehensive Literacy Policy, and our current literacy field test project. One more time as a refresher, we do administer the DIBELS 3 times a year. Students take it in the fall, they take it again in the winter, and then one final time in the spring. And that's, again, for all students in K to 2, and then for selected students in K to 3. Our ultimate goal is to have students reach that grade level proficiency by the end of the year and or demonstrate at least 1 year's worth of growth. Next slide. To start, we're going to take a look at our overall K to 2 data. To orient you to the slides, you'll see the grade levels, as well as the number of students that were assessed and the percentage of students demonstrating at or above proficiency. One thing to note is that these are not cohorts of students. So these are different students from that fall to fall 23-24 school year, and then fall 24-25, the current school year. And so the blue bar that represents last fall, and then the green bar that represents this fall for this school year. We can go to the next slide. In grades 1 and 2, we see a higher percentage of students that are demonstrating at or above proficiency. There is expected variability in kindergarten because, again, some of our kindergarten students, not all of them are enrolled in pre-K. There's a variety of different experiences for our kindergarten students. And so similar here you see to our second grade, similar to first grade, from students are demonstrating a higher percentage of proficiency from students, second grade students last year than they are to this year. We can go to the next slide. So now we're going to take a deeper look at cohorts, so the same group of students. So this is our current grade 2 students who, looking at them from kindergarten, their first grade year, and then now their current second grade. So this group of almost 9,000 students experienced 2 full years of the shifts that we made in reading instruction, focusing on foundational skills through the use of really great reading as well as the DIPLS assessment. From the fall of their kindergarten year to the fall of their grade 2 year, the percentage of students at or above the benchmark increased from year to year. So how did we get there? Over the past 2 years, we invested approximately $1.84 million in literacy programs that impacted this cohort of grade 2 students, based on the changes to the assessment as well as the foundational skills program. As a result, you can see here the percentage of second grade students meeting the reading benchmark increased by 18 percentage points, which is considered significant improvement. This 18 percentage point gains means that nearly 1,600 additional second graders are reading at grade level compared to 2 years ago. These gains represent real progress in helping students develop the foundational skills. When we look at the cost to achieve each percentage point in proficiency, it's about $102,000 across the entire group of students. Because we know that helping students meet those grade level benchmarks in second grade is critical because it sets them up for reading proficiently in third grade and beyond. We are proud of this improvement, but recognize that there's still more work that needs to be done. And we will continue to monitor these investments to ensure they provide the best value for our students. Next slide. We also see the gains across our racial and service groups, including our Black and African American students, and with the highest gains for Hispanic Latino students. Take a moment to pause here. Next slide. And we also see a high percentage increase for our emergent multilingual learners as well. Again, the same group of students, their kindergarten year, their first grade year, and their second grade year. Not yet. For every dollar spent, we've achieved measurable improvements in reading proficiency, positively impacting thousands of students. This represents a meaningful return on our investment. Next slide. Looking ahead, we know that, again, there's still a lot of work for us, and as we continue with our foundational skills and begin to enhance our reading instruction by building knowledge and supportive language comprehension, which is essential for developing skilled readers. This is also supported, again, what we've heard earlier, around the implementation of our new elementary ELA curriculum. In October, the state of Maryland adopted a new comprehensive pre-K to 3 policy. The policy focuses on 4 critical standards. Support for our teachers, which includes that ongoing professional learning in literacy and effective literacy instruction. Reading instruction, assessment, and intervention through a multi-tier system of supports, the framework, and also utilizing, implementing high-quality instructional materials. Parent and guardian notification, creating a meaningful partnership with our families and our communities. A process for demonstrating readiness for promotion, including adequate reading proficiency and providing that intensive reading intervention as needed. I will now turn it over to Dr. Moran to share an update on the K-3 policy. It says pre-K, it should be K-3 policy, and the connections to the steps that we've taken and that we will continue to take to improve our literacy outcomes for our students.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I guess we're still in afternoon. Good afternoon, President Yang, Vice President Rivera-Oven, and a warm welcome to our new board members. My name is Peter Moran. I'm the Chief of Schools. I'm very happy to be here with you this afternoon. So as mentioned, monitoring and accountability will be key. And I do want to, as we talked about cross-office collaboration, I also wanted just to recognize the collaboration that we've also had with the Black and Brown Coalition throughout this process with the field test. It has been extremely beneficial in enhancing this work. The field test supported the full system alignment to the MSD literacy policy that Ms. Brown just talked about. Part of that policy per COMAR is that each pre-K through grade 3 student who exhibits difficulties in reading shall receive supplemental instruction aligned to their identified needs through the MTSS, or the multi-tiered system of support. Historically, MCPS educators are very used to using this system to document and plan for behavior interventions, and we are now requiring all academic interventions to be documented and monitored. Through this field test, the 5 schools helped us to identify barriers to successful implementation, identify opportunities for enhanced parent engagement and partnership using this system, and leveraging the Synergy MTSS platform for streamlined tracking and support. Through this implementation, we are collaborating with the team in the Office of Strategic Initiatives on a few deliverables that will include monthly data chats and progress reports sent to families, Synergy-generated parent reports showing student progress. Each school in the field test, and this goes back to a conversation that we had with Ms. Wolf at a previous meeting, each school in the field test was found to have solid processes in place for the following. Evaluating data as a team to determine needs and place students in interventions, scheduling intervention groups, communicating with caregivers about entry and exit into interventions. At the conclusion of the field test, or a component of the field test, was a community meeting was held with each school with caregivers of students receiving interventions. Additionally, caregivers were surveyed to provide additional information if they could not attend. Just a couple of results from that survey that I wanted to highlight. 70% reported that they knew how their child was doing in reading. 30% had some idea or no idea how their child was doing in reading at the field test schools. 59% of the caregivers reported to receive frequent emails about progress. 61% reported to have conferences about intervention progress. As a result of the surveys and conversations with families, it's clear that we need to continue to enhance family communication. Part of that will be ensuring clarity in messaging and usability of tools like DIBELS through the parent view reports and align parent communication with MTSS reporting. I do want to just highlight from the data that Ms. Brown was sharing, an analysis of the Q1 data demonstrates a correlation between the efficient and effective use of the intervention system and gains that we're seeing at specific schools. So essentially, schools that are implementing with fidelity and monitoring these interventions, utilizing the system, following up with parents, we are seeing a growth similar to how the cohort growth was shared. Students from the spring to fall at schools that had over 100 plans entered. Just want to highlight Germantown Elementary School had a 32% increase in their performance. That's K-2 composite performance on DIBELS. Galway, a 27% increase in our Paint Branch cluster. Summit Hall had a 22% increase. Strawberry Knolls had a 21% increase. And Broad Acres, who is a field test school, had an 18% increase. Our goals moving forward is to increase consistency with MTSS structures and utilize it effectively to develop and implement student interventions. Directors are currently engaging with principals in monitoring and accountability discussions per our standard supervisory protocol. And we're going to continue to work to support principals with observing interventions and providing feedback to ensure instructional strategies are being delivered. I'd be remiss if I also just didn't acknowledge the commitment and efforts, hard work of our teachers to be constantly implementing this data, reconstructing these intervention plans, meeting with parents to share the progress. They are doing an outstanding job, and we're certainly beginning to see results from intervention systems like this being implemented across all of our schools. One other just key piece that I wanted to share in terms of a piece of data is at a previous meeting we talked about the percent of students that were implementing intervention data. We are now at 100% of our elementary schools that are putting intervention data into the system. There is certainly more work to do, but we are now at a place where all schools are utilizing MTSS for academic interventions, not just behavior interventions. So I'll turn it back to Dr. Pugh.
Next slide, please. I think Montgomery County Public Schools has made literacy a primary focus for a very long time. We're pleased to be able to say that your investments are paying off for our students and our families. We're also happy that we have parts of the Maryland state literacy policy really already in place. And for us, it'll be some work to put it together with our associations and partners to be able to really refine how we do the implementation here. But we're excited to bring this data to you, and we open it up for your discussion.
Thank you so much. I'm going to open it up for board members. I'm going to start from this side of the table. Ms. Montoya.
Well, first, thank you guys for being here today and for all your hard work. I know these kinds of things are not easy to get off the ground. I happen to have 2 elementary school students, one who's a 3rd grader who was in the pilot program at their school. So I'm very familiar with Dibbles, and we absolutely were pouring through data at principals' coffees every time and seeing that growth, which is always exciting to see. I also have a child who's a little bit older who did not receive this curricula and this way of learning literacy. And so I've lived through both, and I think it's great that this is what we're doing, and we have easy ways for parents to see that growth. I think one of the questions I have is, as parents, how can we support our children? Maybe they're not getting flagged because they're not far below grade level, but we can see at home that maybe they could use some support or whatnot, and understanding that there's so much need in our system. What are we doing, or what are we working on to help parents, not just to receive the progress and to know where their child is at, but to then at home, here are some concrete things I can try to do?
So we have a variety of resources to be able to support families at home. The first piece is part of the Dibbles Home Connect report. It does have suggested activities that can be done at home, and there's also links to the website that has those activities as well. One really exciting piece of our curriculum is that there is a parent hub that has additional resources. Families can have access to the text that students are reading to continue to reinforce that at home. When appropriate, the activity pages from the students' activity books can go home so the parents can get a glimpse into what the students are learning. There are also parent letters at the beginning of each unit that we expect teachers to share. So again, that families can see and have some examples of what students are doing in the classroom as well.
Okay. And are those resources available in languages other than English?
So they are available in English and Spanish. We are continuing to get the letters translated across all languages. We have them already translated in pre-K, and we're working to build up. There are a lot of letters because of the number of units and the number of grade levels, but it's something that we're putting in place to ensure. The website, the Amplify Parent Resource Hub, that's also available in English and in Spanish.
Okay, and I'm very familiar with the letters. We get those as well, and they're helpful. It helps to be able to have conversations with my kids during the week. I am concerned, one, that MCPS is having to translate all of these letters, and that the company has not provided this in the very multilingual environment that we all live in here in this country.
That was something that we looked into, but the timeline for them to be able to translate versus the timeline that we would be able to do it faster, and so that's something that we took on.
Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you for that work as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Wolf.
Yes, I also want to thank you for your work on this. I have a question about implementation. I think you said that you could see great improvement where there was fidelity of implementation. Am I correct about that? Okay, well, what I want to know is, are you able to identify those schools that need support with this because their data is not showing the kind of improvement that we would expect to see? And if so, what exactly are you doing?
So absolutely. And one of the things we just conducted a Q1 analysis of all of our data and compared that same correlation to schools that are not seeing that level of improvement or growth in reading. Some of it is related to or could be connected to the intervention system not being implemented properly. Directors have gone out to those schools, had conversations with principals, and one of the things that I'm really excited that we're doing is we're networking schools, and we had talked about this previously at another meeting, is schools that are implementing things with fidelity, them coming together, those principals of schools that may not be implementing them the same way, to spread best practices so that we're building those networks so that we can, have some social accountability structure so that people can see great work that's happening in one school and just duplicate it, maybe even just right across the street. So, absolutely.
Okay, I guess I'm just trying to figure out how long we give a school, how much time we're going to allow a school to continue to not make improvement, and what happens? What do we expect to happen if they don't make improvement? What's going to happen?
Well, I mean, for starters, I didn't know if you were going to chime in, but
Because we have a lot of money going into this, so I'm trying to figure
so
this
absolutely.
out.
So I want to make sure that one thing that I'm clear on is, so we're not. This is not a choice. First of all, in terms of if we're doing this or we're not doing this, which is why we've gotten to 100% of our schools in the implementation phase. As we've gone into the implementation phase, we're learning, a lot, and that was the purpose of the field test, was to learn a lot of the strategies that work best. But what we're doing is, and I think it's also an indication of the future work that is to come, is already starting to build the building blocks of cross-functional teams to go into schools and begin to work with schools that are not demonstrating that progress, so that you'd have a literacy person, a coach, working side by side with someone in curriculum, someone in special education, to go out and begin to do that work. And we have seen returns on that preliminary work that, we're hopeful, pending the budget, will be more structured as we move forward in the future. So that is something that we're doing and have been doing actually since the beginning of the school year.
Okay, I think I'd like to just have a meeting with you to look at those schools in particular that are not making the kind of progress that we want to make, because as I say, we're putting a lot of money into this. So you want to see something, some kind of movement. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to come to this side and go from Ms. Zimmerman.
Thank you. I'm really glad to see these gains and improvements in foundational literacy. It's something that's really close to my heart, and I can speak to how essential this work is, so thank you very much. In the presentation, I noticed that our farm students were not disaggregated, and then when we look at the raw data, our farm students are still far behind in achievement. So what specifically is being implemented to help support our farm students and their reading development?
So our farm students fall into some of the other categories, so we didn't disaggregate and pull them out separately because they are embedded when we're looking potentially at our special education across racial groups as well as our emerging multilingual learners. It's also the teachers, that's no longer data that we're showing as well, so teachers don't have access to that label. And so what we are doing is ensuring that there's effective instruction across the classroom, across all of our schools. And it goes back to speaking to what Dr. Moran mentioned, how we are engaging with schools, the work that we're doing with the reading specialists to ensure that our teachers have the skills and the knowledge and the capacity to be able to do, and using that data to be responsive and make those differentiated changes as part of instruction. So not necessarily something that's called out specifically for our farm students that are sitting in individual classrooms, but the overall effectiveness of the work. We do work closely with our Title I partners to make sure that our Title I schools have the support. They also have specialists that are assigned to those schools to work with those reading specialists, again, to ensure that the teachers have the skills and the knowledge and the capacity to do.
Yeah, I understand your point. I just don't want this to become a trend that
Absolutely.
we are seeing over time.
Absolutely.
And related to what you were just saying, I think it would also be really useful when we're looking at those big data sheets if we're able to pull out our Title I and focus schools. Or at least have them marked, or if we're able to put them all together so we can see how our Title I schools are performing, how our focus schools are performing as a whole. Also, as DIBELS testing is now coming up, right? It's that new time. I'm so sorry to any educators that just lost days and trying to get that done. It's really stressful. So I'm looking forward to see what growth that our students are making. But I'm also wondering, how are we guaranteeing that we have appropriate time to get that testing done? Although the tests are theoretically short, it's not as short as we might think. How are we working with the way that we, put our curriculum guidelines out and our county pacing guidelines? How are we making sure that we have enough time for all the things that have to get done?
That's not your question. So we do have the testing days as part of our pacing calendar. So it's built in, so teachers aren't trying to figure out when. They are built into the pacing guide. We are making some decisions because we know that we lost 3 days this week because don't worry, it's a snow day happened. It's for you. And so, we are making some decisions around the extension. Again, coming back on a Thursday and Friday, no one wants to jump right back into testing. Last week, same thing. We lost, 2 days, coming off of the break. And so we are looking and making some adjustments, potentially extending the window so that they might have more time, because we want meaningful data. And so we want to be able to provide the time for that, to collect that meaningful data.
Absolutely. Those pausing points and testing days, pausing points oftentimes are used for other things. So to have that testing space is just really essential. I want to make sure that we don't lose any of that. I'm so sorry. The last thing I want to ask is about letters training. It is extremely difficult to get into that. So I'm wondering, do we know what percentage of our educators have taken it? How are we planning to expand it? Because I see it in our roadmap, but, if it's a great training, I want to make sure a lot of people can have access to it.
So that is a phenomenal question. It is very difficult to get into letters, language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling. It's a comprehensive training. It takes a lot of time. And so we've really only had the capacity to offer it optional because, again, it's also very expensive. It's very time consuming. There's not only paying for the training, but there's also paying for the compensation for teachers if they take it outside of the duty day, finding substitutes and things like that. So we have about 1,500 elementary educators that have completed letters, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a huge investment to be able to provide letters training to so many teachers, both volume 1 as well as volume 2. It accounts for 8 total days of professional learning. We are continuing, again, budget pending, to be able to continue to offer it. Unfortunately, we're only at a place where we can offer it as an option, again, because of, the budget around it. The state, they have rolled out professional learning designed to do essentially the same thing. And so that's opened up. So we send that out to teachers. It's up in our newsletter and our updates for teachers to be able to take advantage of it. I just received a report today with a list of teachers from MCPS that have enrolled in the training. So that's something that we're hoping it's a little bit easier to access. It doesn't cost us anything on our part. And so we're going to continue to push that.
Awesome. I think it would also be, if we think about our reading specialists and their role, it could be a really creative way to help maybe add some access to that while it's not the official training, that maybe that's something we could explore as well.
And we've worked really hard to make sure that all of our reading specialists are letters trained.
Thank you.
Ms. Silvestri.
I have a lot of questions, so I'll try to be succinct. And this is why I appreciate briefings, because I can process the information before I get here. Some really just succinct answers to this. This grade level, K-2, gets DIBELS and MAP. Is there another test or just those two?
K-2, we just administer DIBELS.
I'm sorry?
In K-2, it's DIBELS.
No MAP?
No.
That's the only literacy. That's the only literacy
That is
assessment.
our only external literacy assessment.
Okay. What are the 3 to 5?
3 to 5 continues to use MAP.
MAP, okay.
Yes.
Is DIBELS useful to teachers in terms of instruction? I think I remember correctly, you do an assessment at the beginning of the school year, and then there's a fall assessment? It's a winter assessment?
So we administer DIBELS 3 times a year, in the fall, winter, and spring. And teachers, the data is extremely useful. Between each administration, so between the fall and the winter, there's progress monitoring to determine, looking at specific skills to see how students are responding to the instruction. So it is extremely useful data.
The one that you were presenting today was administered when?
It was administered this fall.
September, October?
The window, it's a few days into the school year, and it closes around the end of September, early October.
So if I'm a teacher, what do I do with this data that I just received on my classroom and their DIBELS?
So they analyze the data, and it can tell the specific skills and areas in which students need additional support. And so, if I'm a second grade student, and it's primarily around the word recognition, the foundational skills piece, so I can look at the data and see, down to letter sounds that students know. If they're able to read fluently, it tells them that. And then I take that and I put, if students are demonstrating significant needs, that's how they work to identify an intervention that the student may need. And then the intervention would target the specific skills that are showing are in need on the assessment. And then there's a progress monitoring component. So as students are engaging in instruction, teachers can continue, there's pieces of the DIBELS assessment that they can continue to administer based on the guidance that we provide to see, are you learning what I'm teaching?
Dr. Moran, when do teachers get to do this, and what support do they get, and accountability? How do we know that they are utilizing this data to modify interventions or instruction?
So that would take place during what some schools call collaborative planning, other schools call curriculum study, where they engage and look at data to plan for specific individual students. It also would be a component of the intervention piece of planning for interventions. So that would take place during monthly or even sometimes weekly data chats, depending upon the school and the level of needs. So K through 5, really pre-K through 5, each has that structure built into their master schedule where all those teachers come together with the support of a reading specialist, sometimes a staff development teacher, to support with the facilitation of that, provide them with the data on the front end so they're not trying to organize all of that data to have those meaningful conversations.
Thank you. I have more questions, but I'll wait.
Welcome back. Okay, Ms. Rivera-Ovens.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you for asking those questions. So now I have less questions, but I do have, I want to follow up on my colleague's comment from Mrs. Wolf about how we monitor progress. So from looking at the data, it looks great, even with the farm students, because I'm looking from 2023, it was in the, I think it was 38%. I'm looking at 2024, I'm just looking at second graders, just an example, and it went up to 49%. So that is great progress, right? But I want us to, going back to Ms. Zimmerman, this disaggregated data. Like I just want to have a true picture of where those, where that progress happened and where it didn't happen and how we're going to support it. So if I'm looking, and I think last time you guys were here, I had used the example of Gaithersburg Elementary School because it was very low for some of the kiddos, right? It was like 11%. So I'm looking now that there's been an increase, huge increase, in fact, in some of the groups. But I'm concerned about our Black students because I'm seeing that in some instances we have lost some of that advancement that we made in reading for them. And I'm trying to understand why, in a sense, and how we can remedy that and how we as a system are monitoring that to make sure that we're not losing ground on reading, but we should be moving right the other way. So can you help me out?
Yeah, I appreciate the question because it is multi-layered and it is complex as we're trying to break it down. One of the pieces that happens first for us is that we get together with the vendor and the vendor presents our comparisons to the nation and our comparisons to ourselves over the years that we have used DIBELS. So each year we've been pleased to see more students at or above grade level and fewer students at below and well below. So they do that by the big whole student group. And then something that we just did, I'm a little lost on time, but it was before Christmas, that we got together the offices to actually look at the data from a variety of assessments. So we have the DIBELS assessment, which is very useful to a teacher who can go right in, teach the skill, reassess, and see that they're, so it's adaptive and it's moving on. We're using that same data at a high level to say, do our teachers and staff have everything that they need to be able to address the needs that students have? And then that leads to the student support teams, where we're working individually with schools on what they have chosen as their goal to support where they might need. Your point in the monitoring is that the reasons why students or schools are not performing in the way that we think they might are vast. There's a variety of reasons, everywhere from brand new, and not always new, but brand new teachers. Sometimes, it is an issue where they're learning a new curriculum and learning a new school and learning classroom management. So they need a little bit more support and support from their peers. It may be that it is language, right? If we saw even our language learners, they are making great progress because they're early in their career, right? They're learning their second language, and we're seeing those gaps actually close because they're learning it at an early age. So the system is that we look at it as a larger system. We look at it as a cross-office group by school and by cluster, and then the individual work that happens in the school. So progress monitoring happens in a variety of places and spaces. I hope that gives you a little bit of context to see the pattern of how.
No, it does. But I still kind of need a little clarity then. The fact that we're moving in the right direction, but then we're in some instances we're not. We're kind of moving a little bit backwards. So that means it's working, but then it's not working for some kids. And so I just want to see how we evaluate that and make those connections. And we give the support to these individual schools, because I'm sure you're monitoring, right? If you had a school that the kids were performing at a 60% and now they're only performing at a 45%, then, right, and everybody else is getting better, then what is it, the disconnect that we need to work on?
So I'd love to just give a specific example, because this is one we actually just had a conversation about, and it is about Little Bennett Elementary School. So Little Bennett Elementary School has the most significant growth for Black and African American students in the entire system for elementary school students K through 2. And so I'm a big believer that if you can do it at one school, you can do it at all schools. So finding out specifically, working with that principal, that team, around what it is that they did to get that level of growth from spring to fall. One of the things that we're finding out is putting race and having conversations about what we're talking about right now, about how we're teaching Black students, what interventions are working across a grade level, and putting race on the table within the curriculum study, the collaborative planning process, to really have those conversations in terms of the planning for how we're teaching students, based off of race and what it is that they need culturally, but also just based off of the individual needs of a child. And I think that's the power of curriculum study, is you can get to the place where you're talking about individual students, not necessarily the packaged curriculum so much, but teachers sharing what they're doing and what has worked with individual students, and then applying that across a grade level. So again, I think it's about finding where we're seeing significant progress, and then just duplicating those things that have been proven to work.
And just a quick add, it speaks to the work that, that was elevated in the equity audit, right? As a system, we need to ensure that we have culturally responsive practices and they're utilizing it in the classroom. And so there are places where, teachers need support with that, leaders need support with that, and that's something that's ongoing. We're also, that's the other piece of our curriculum, right? Our curriculum is culturally responsive. It does promote engagement. And so the goal, ideally, is to be able to see the gains just coming out of the curriculum, but then also continuing to be responsive to what was elevated in the audit.
Okay. Thank you. I have some questions. First of all, I want to say thank you. These graphs are really easy to read. The N number is on it. Wow, it's really wonderful. Now, as we are looking at the grade gains that second graders made, and also look at the graph for kindergarten, which one of our public comments referred to a slight dip. So my questions are, one, what are the exact things you contribute to the second graders' gain that you can pinpoint? And what do you contribute to the slight dip of our kindergartners' performance?
So I think what we could contribute to our second grade is explicit foundational skills instruction. That cohort of students that you're seeing, they received it for 2 years in kindergarten and first grade, and now getting some more of it is in their second grade year. So I think that's a huge factor in the increase. Kindergarten's a little tricky, right? Because that's kindergarten's fall data. So those students were in school, some of them maybe a couple of weeks before they were assessed. And, there's, again, a variety of experiences for our pre-K students. And so we have students that are in MCPS pre-K. We're also rolling out new curriculum with pre-K, but then we have students that are in private care. So the kindergarten, it's a little bit different because their experiences in pre-K, it varies. And so we can't really look at the kindergarten in that way because they don't have a history of receiving explicit instruction in MCPS as a whole.
Okay, so it is our change of our practice and investment in the instruction. Okay, then I want to ask, this data is for DIBELS, right? But we have invested in the core knowledge language art, which is assessment-rich curriculum. It comes with a lot of assessment. Are teachers and school district looking at those data, and how does that inform your practice?
So that's another great question. We actually, with the reading specialist, went through the curriculum assessments today and how to look at that data to be able to inform instruction. And so looking at how students are doing from unit to unit or domain to domain, considering the practices, the content that was learned, the strategies to then be able to make informed decisions. So when we're looking at students, for example, who are demonstrating that they're doing very well on those knowledge assessments, you know, teachers could sort of make some shifts. Instead of when they're engaging in those whole group lessons, they can have the students read and respond to things individually and be able to utilize smaller groups to be able to provide targeted instruction. And so we went through a process with our reading specialist this afternoon on a protocol that they can use to analyze the data and then different steps that they could take to be able to support their teachers directly with their practice.
So DIBELS happens how many times a year?
3 times a year,
3
the fall,
years.
winter, and spring.
Right, but the ongoing curriculum assessment happens every day, right? So not every day, like ongoing
Yes,
all the time
that's
when
correct.
they teach in the classroom. Our theory of action, I think sometimes say we invest greatly in a curriculum and we provide teacher support, and then we should see improvement. But I think in the middle there is a big area of implementation.
Absolutely.
And then the ongoing realignments of our practices addressing the needs in the students. So I'm glad to hear that we are looking at our curriculum built-in assessments. Okay, then one last question about this, then I'll go for my colleagues' questions is, DIBELS or even the built-in curriculum assessments are assessments for progress monitoring. What are we doing for accountability monitoring? What assessment do we use for accountability purposes?
So we use the same assessments for accountability. We can utilize our DIBELS assessment, and we look at it system-wide for accountability, both in the utilization, not just in the benchmarking, beginning, middle, and end of the year, but also the progress monitoring. We can see which schools are progress monitoring students, how often they're being progress monitored, and which students are being progress monitored to be able to, again, partner with our Office of School Support and Improvement to increase the accountability in the places where it needs to be. We also have access to the CKLA assessments as well. And so we can see how students by school, by class, by grade level across the district are performing on those assessments as well. So we can use the same assessments to serve both purposes.
So here is a little bit puzzling to me, and I am glad to hear this accountability. So if we look at Maryland State, when they rate our schools, they rate it based on MCAP, which our grade 3 students take. Grade 5 students take MCAP too for reading, right? And in your budget presentation, you mentioned that in 2035, 4 or more. Are we ever going to talk about those data? Because that's what we're holding ourselves accountable for. And that's how the whole world look at our schools. I'm wondering.
So I'm just going to start really on it. So what MCAT measure, it's around standards, right? It's our literacy standards. Students are reading and responding to texts. I'm not going to get on a soapbox about the assessment because it is assessment that's used to measure, schools and districts. The challenge with an MCAP assessment is that the content of it is agnostic. So it's not necessarily tied to the content that students are learning. And that's the way that students demonstrate comprehension, right? They utilize their background knowledge, their vocabulary, they're immersed and engaged in the content. They read a passage and they're much more able to demonstrate their comprehension and understanding. That being said, our curriculum, it does have standards, right? So the learning is embedded in the standards. And so again, part of what we're doing is how do we look at the CKLA assessments? How do we look at the content as well as the skills that students are expected to know and be able to do to give us a glimpse potentially into, well, if I'm presented with a literacy assessment and I have to read and be able to respond to it, how may I potentially show up? So not necessarily teaching to the standards because that's not how we teach reading, but how do I use that data to then think about what change in practice, how do I continue to monitor, what are the potential factors that students may be demonstrating areas of needs to then think about, well, what other preparedness can I do for the state assessment because we know that there's a heavy weight around the state assessment.
Yeah, I hear you and I agree. If we teach our students solidly and they gain skills, they should perform well, no matter what skill is. By the same token, Math M, Math R, Math P, they're not aligned with our whatever happening in our classroom every single day, right? That's not what we teach in our classroom. Are being assessed in those which we use. We just didn't discuss it today. This is what we use to evaluate 4th and 5th grade. But however, as a system, I do think it's important for us to look at alignment of what we teach and what we are being evaluated at. I think it's an important thing for us to look at. Ms. Silvestri, do you have further more questions? Sure.
You guys had so many great questions. I only have a little follow-up. So you mentioned Little Bennett, and I would love to see, have that as a case study and have you come back and review what you found worked well there. And also, I would love for the families to be engaged as well, because they might have other insights from the home perspective and not just in the classroom. Because they, as you know, families want that engagement anyway, so it'll be a good way to have a full circle there. And the other is the cross-departmental teams that will be, it sounds like you're already working on setting that up for a deployment. I presume there will be a pilot of some sort. Is that the case?
So I would say that we're trying to get away from pilots.
Sure.
We got a lot of planes in the air, right? So I would say that we have we are building the foundation for the cross-functional teams right now. They are already deployed to about 20 schools that were working collaboratively with their principals. A couple of those schools were named around the growth. So we're building the infrastructure to be prepared so that come July 1, that we are ready to do that work in a very collaborative way with our schools.
So I'm having a hard I have a hard time myself picturing exactly what that looks like and how it works in the school. And I think I heard that from a couple colleagues. I would love to have, again, a presentation at some point showing us actually how that works in the school. And then what's the takeaways on the ones that worked well. So we can really highlight and try to multiply that through the system. Thank you.
At a very basic level, I can see that currently we're working hard to make this work because we see the value in it. The numbers are not the same. So like I have one Malika. I don't have 15 Malikas. So it's a matter of making sure that we have people that can really fully dedicate themselves to a cluster model to provide that ongoing, consistent support and not a numbers game. So in the very rudimentary, it's about getting enough people who have expertise in both special education, English language development, content, and then that they can work together as a team very, very consistently. They're trying very hard to work together as a team, but we have the same team member in many of those areas. So that would be the alignment, but of course, more to come on how that's to work.
Thank you.
Great. I look forward to learning more. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Montoya.
Thank you. And just very briefly, I just wanted to emphasize the point that Ms. Yang made about the various assessments. It's also just really confusing for families. I don't know what I'm supposed to look at. Am I supposed to care? Am I not supposed to care? My hope would be that for all of our kids, that when they're going to school at whatever grade level they're in, that they're gaining the skill sets they need so that it shouldn't matter if the content of the assessment is in alignment with whatever curricula we've chosen for that particular grade and content. That would be my hope. I understand that's very oversimplified, but I do appreciate all the work that you're doing. Thank you.
I do try to simplify it in my head this way because we do have multiple data points and they all have different metrics and values. If our goal is that we have outcomes on our state assessments, each of the other things are just indicators along the way of our progress towards that. So we can take MAP and get some information from that because it is correlated to the MCAP, the state assessment. We can take these small pieces of information that we're getting in the curriculum where the students are taking quick formative assessments to say how we're doing along the way. So those are, in my head, in order to simplify it, state assessment's a priority. All of these other pieces are additional pieces of information, some in the DIBELS, which the teacher can use immediately to adjust instruction, some which give us an indicator as a district of areas that all schools may need support, if that helps.
But are we seeing that progress, I guess, is what, because again, as a parent, I get all these home, and I'm just wondering on the whole, or even school to school or demographic by demographic, are we seeing what you're hoping is happening, that these these other assessments are translating into progress on the statewide assessment? And I'm not sure if I feel that we are seeing that.
I would say at this point, two things. One, K-2, when you're teaching foundational literacy skills, there is not a state assessment on foundational literacy skills. As soon as you switch into grade 3, those are reading standards that the child's able to read and respond. So there isn't a way to see a match between the K-2 and the state. In the other areas, I would say we absolutely have work to do because some of these are new in terms of the CKLA assessments to determine whether or not we see progress along the way. The thing to think of is the state assessment is a one point in time assessment. Each of these assessments over time collectively should give us a sense of how a student is doing, but each one individually probably won't correlate to a state assessment.
Okay. Yeah, no, and I agree. I like that we're looking at the progress and the growth, and I agree that the MCAP is one point in time, but unfortunately that one point in time is what everyone focuses on. So thank you.
And I think I can answer your question a little bit more directly. If you could go back a few slides to the year-by-year comparison. See if we can go back a couple slides. Whoever's the magical person controlling the slides. One more would be great. There you go. And you take a look at, actually, let's go one more back before that. There you go. And if you look at the current second grade students, they were the previous year's first grade students, and the year before that, their kindergarten. So next year, we'll take a look at this group's second grade MCAP performance, and that would be a wonderful measure of how they're growing. And we would expect there to be a certain level of proficiency, but their trajectory is going in the right direction. Just year over year, that change is what we would hope to see. We would be very, very concerned if the trajectory was going in a different direction, or if there was an irregular year or something along those lines. Those things would be concerning. But the excitement about some of these data are reflective over the fact that our early grades are showing the kind of promise that we would hope that it would translate to in the MCAP for next year. And as we look at this year's kindergartners, we're really 3 academic years away from seeing how their MCAP performance is, but the future looks bright.
Right, and I did notice that trajectory, and even in randomly just selecting random schools to see, well, last year their second graders did this way, and this year their third graders, which may not be exactly equivalent, but gives us a ballpark. So I do recognize that, and I appreciate the growth that all of our staff are putting into making sure our students are progressing. Thank you.
Okay, let's, short on time, but I'm going to Ms. Sylvester for the last question.
Yeah, just real quickly, the pilot that you spoke about, I was in my head, it was all about communicating with parents about kids' scores and so forth. But I also heard a strong component of applying the multi-tiered systems of support. So just wanted to clarify, it was both the communication with families and the school's implementation of the multi-tiered system of support, which means applying the right intervention to the student, both academic and behavioral, social emotional, because I've heard that term also used in, in the social emotional context as well.
So I'll just start with an overview. Yes, we originally started with our literacy pilot focusing on community engagement and our involvement of families. And how could we do that better, understanding we weren't reaching the families that we needed to reach, all of them. And the literacy policy dropped, and we shifted at that time as a group. The team decided, let's look at what we do have in place to accomplish this literacy policy, which is where the multi-tiered system of support comes in, and why the renewed emphasis on using a system that teachers are already familiar with to now use for the academic data as well as the behavior.
So for the elevator speech, what is a multi-tier? Is just picking the right intervention that the kid needs at this time?
Oh, I'm going to let
just real big high level.
It's just the 3 levels of support that's provided. So it's that tier 1, that instruction that everyone receives, that core grade level instruction. And then there's the tier 2 and the tier 3, where it's a supplemental or more intensive intervention or support a student needs. And so it's being able to utilize your data to identify, or does a student just need only tier 1, or do they need a tier 2 or a tier 3? And documenting that. So providing a space for that to deliver the appropriate intervention, and then documenting that the intervention is taking place so that you can track progress and see, is the intervention working, or do we need to do some reconsideration around it?
But there's also some behavioral interventions that are part
that is
of
a component. My focus is just on the academic, the literacy piece, but there is a component where they are documenting behavioral interventions that's being put in place to support students.
And there's a new dashboard that allows you to see all the big picture of everything that's happening to a child. Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank
literacy piece, yes.
Thank you. And just to close out, I just want to thank you for this. This is great news, and this is the direction that we want to be going in. Of course, we want to see it faster and throughout the school, a whole system, but thank you. Great news. Thank you for your hard work.
Yeah. And I would also like to say thank you for the slide 7 that tied our academic return on the investment, the dollar amount to the increase in our student achievement. So thank you so much. Okay. We have been at this for almost 3 hours. I believe I would like to call for a short recess of 5 minutes before we dive into the math data. Okay. Continue with our math data discussion. Let me take a scan of the room to make sure we have the people we need here. All right, Dr. Taylor.
Part 2 of marching through the board's academic goals. We covered literacy. Now we get to talk about mathematics performance, and we're going to do that through the lens of our fall 2024 Measures of Academic Progress, or MAP, data. And at this time, I'm going to pass things over to our Chief Academic Officer, Peggy Pugh, and team to walk us through and introduce today's presentation. Very exciting.
Good afternoon again. And so to start off with, the difference between what you just heard in literacy and what you'll hear coming up is that this is K to 12. So we're going to give you all of the information that you need, and it's focused around the measures of academic progress assessment in mathematics that's given in all grades from kindergarten through grade 8, and it also includes algebra. And unfortunately, next slide, please, what you'll see is that the overall data remain flat year to year compared to last year. We're not seeing the progress we'd hoped for across the board, and what stands out most this year is this year's kindergartners starting even further behind, with fewer students coming in, entering kindergarten at the proficient level compared to previous years. It is something that we'll need to pay close attention to because those early skills are so important for long-term success in the sequential nature of mathematics. There are some bright spots that we will highlight today. Across our district, we're seeing promising growth in specific grade levels in schools that have instructional math coaches. This shows us that when we provide targeted support, it can make a real difference for our students and for our teachers. As we move forward, we need to dig deeper into why some areas are making progress and others aren't, and look at ways to expand what's working, like those instructional coaching programs. Supporting our youngest learners and ensuring every student has what they need to succeed will continue to be key priorities throughout this year. To get us started, I'll turn the presentation over to Carla Britt, who is not Sheila.
Not
Sorry.
today. Thank you. Good evening. Next slide, please. One tool MCPS uses to monitor mathematics academic progress is the MAP testing for all students in grades K through 8. These assessments, administered 2 to 3 times annually, measure growth in mathematics and are used alongside classroom and curriculum data to guide instructional adjustments. They are also correlated with the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program, MCAP scores. Next slide. This data shown delves into fall elementary math performance by race, providing a breakdown of math scores for kindergarten and grade 3 students. The data reveal persistent disparities across racial groups, underscoring the need for equity-focused interventions. I will now turn the presentation over to Jennifer Losnack, co-supervisor of secondary mathematics, to briefly highlight fall data for secondary mathematics.
Next slide, please. The data here shows fall grade 6 math performance by race, highlighting both areas of progress and the ongoing challenge of achieving equity in student outcomes. Next slide, please. These data focus on fall Algebra 1 math performance by race and level. On the left, we see middle school, and on the right, high school. This presents trends showing improvement and disparities. This slide also emphasizes the need to increase support to high school Algebra 1. I'd like to introduce to you one of our amazing centrally assigned elementary instructional math coaches, Kylene Toomey. She will share about her multi-year partnership with one of her schools and their joint success. Next slide, please.
I would like to begin by thanking the Board of Education for funding the instructional math coach position. I am one of 8 centrally assigned elementary math coaches who directly work with teachers in their grade level team structure in 35 elementary schools. Each year, instructional math coaches work directly with each school principal to identify the grade level team we will provide real-time job-embedded professional learning to. I'm excited to briefly highlight my work with both the first grade and second grade teams at Strawberry Knoll Elementary School. Last year, I coached the grade 1 team, and this year I was able to loop with the same student cohort and follow them to second grade. We are finding the student cohort experience allows us to continue to raise the bar for planning and instruction, while also allowing us to track student progress over time with the same group of students. You will notice on the slide the percentage of Strawberry Knoll students meeting proficiency in MAP-P as first graders last fall in blue, and next to it in green, we see the percentage of these same students meeting proficiency this fall as second graders. We celebrate this success with both the first and second grade teams of teachers because we recognize that every student deserves high-quality instruction every year, and our teachers deserve high-quality, real-time professional support to accomplish this. And when both are in place consistently, planning and instruction improve, which in turn helps improve student achievement. While this is just one school example and one data point, we are seeing a clear return on this investment. We also have centrally assigned instructional math coaches supporting identified middle schools. I will now turn the presentation over to Patty Swift, one of the secondary math instructional coaches. She will speak about her successful partnership with math teachers at Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Taylor and members of the Board of Education. Next slide, please. I am one of 4 middle school instructional math coaches. As a team of coaches, we support 15 schools, and we primarily support teachers that are teaching Math 6, Math 7, and Math 8 with their planning, instruction, and data monitoring. While proficiency is one way to examine return on investment, we must acknowledge that many of our students need to make more than a typical year's growth to meet that benchmark. I'd like to highlight how the secondary instructional math coaches are using growth percentiles to indicate student progress towards proficiency. When looking at the NWEA MAP-M growth percentiles, we see that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School is making gains as a result of the work with the instructional math coach. For clarity, a student with a growth percentile of 50 is staying on pace with their peers. We can see that our grade 8 Black or African American students are in the 72nd percentile, meaning they are growing faster than their peers. This growth is essential for students to move towards proficiency. I would attribute these gains to the conditions that have been established in collaboration with the math team and the school administration led by Principal Ms. Brandy Overton and content specialist Ms. Valerie Kobnitsky. At MLK Junior Middle School, teachers come to planning with an openness for the curriculum implementation coaching. These conditions and teacher mindset have allowed us to restructure the planning process, where teachers now look at the cool down, which is an exit ticket, and the lesson synthesis, which is where teachers ensure that students understand the conceptual part of the lesson. Next, the teachers choose the activity that best aligns to how students will be assessed at the end of the lesson. The teachers then discuss what scaffolds our emergent multilingual learners and students receiving special education services will need during the lesson and throughout the unit in order to be successful on the end of unit assessments and district assessments. Teachers then reviewed the math language routine that is suggested for the lesson. As was referenced in previous Board of Education meetings, math language routines provide students an opportunity for student discourse using their native language. We practice a routine during that planning session. We talk about what students need for the language routine, and we also discuss the teacher's comfort level with implementing the routine within the classroom. These conversations have led to either me modeling the routine within their class period or co-teaching the routine with the teacher. Finally, the teachers discuss next steps if students are not successful on the cool down prior to instruction, so that teachers are prepared to implement any adjustments to their lessons. Collaborative planning time is also protected from emergency class coverage when I'm in the building to support them. This gives the teachers that much needed time in order to study the curriculum in preparation for effective first instruction. I will now turn the presentation back over to Carla Britt. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Patty and Kylene. They're awesome, aren't they? Dr. Taylor talked a lot about at the budget presentation about the broccoli. I see our instructional math coaches as the farmers who make sure that our broccoli is an excellent crop. The 2 schools highlighted today demonstrated success through following the cycle shown on this slide. With your funding and support, the math department has been able to provide some dedicated expert math staffing that elementary would otherwise not have had. This is in contrast to the elementary reading specialist allocation available at every elementary school. In order for this cycle to occur, schools must establish the conditions and expectations for consistent curriculum study through planning, implementation of those plans, inclusive of curricular routines and strategies, and progress monitoring to make adjustments during instruction and for future lessons. This was the explicit focus of last summer's professional learning for all elementary schools, and our team has been supporting schools with this shift all year. Historically, any support provided was limited to just planning, and many years of data show that's insufficient. The data show it's equally crucial to ensure the person supporting teachers as they follow this cycle is, again, a content expert. The instructional math coach brings expertise to support teachers in understanding the complexities of the math, as well as differentiating and scaffolding lessons while maintaining rigor and pacing. During instruction, instructional math coaches are able to model and co-teach instructional routines, to implement them with fidelity, and give teams specific feedback in real time to improve effective, independent instruction. Finally, through data analysis, the instructional math coach can guide teachers through making integral instructional decisions related to the following day's lesson. Ultimately, the goal of any job-embedded professional learning is to change practices, and in this instance, release the teachers to be able to plan collaboratively and teach effectively and independently. Making sure the planned content and strategies are carried out properly is just as important as the planning itself. When we establish and maintain effective central services and school-based partnerships, we create the conditions for our teachers and students to thrive. The central office guidance and oversight ensures that the integrity of the position and the support is maintained. Ensuring teachers are secure with the math content is essential. Jennifer Losnack will now share with you some MSD updates that will impact both elementary and secondary math.
Next slide, please. As we review first quarter data, reflect on the impact the coaches have had on student achievement, and determine how to foster and continue improved math achievement, it's important to keep in mind that the Maryland State Department of Education is evaluating what it means to be college and career ready. MSDE is making significant changes to the secondary math course sequencing in the coming years. Rather than offering 3 distinct courses, Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2, Maryland Public Schools will transition to an integrated math course sequence, Integrated Math Algebra 1, and then Integrated Algebra 2. Through this shift, it will be imperative to continue direct support to teachers from coaches and specialists as they unpack the new standards from MSDE and study a new curriculum. Currently, MSDE is determining the major content for each grade level and course. Next year, the Maryland State Department of Education will communicate and begin professional learning on the revised pre-K through integrated algebra standards. In 2026-2027, implementation for pre-K through 8 standards will be rolled out. In the following year, integrated algebra 1 will begin and will be followed by the integrated algebra 2 for the school year 2028-2029. This process of providing schools with ongoing support and content expertise from centrally supervised math positions, such as the instructional math coaches and specialists, will be essential to ensuring a smooth transition to course sequencing changes and the continued success of our students here in MCPS. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Peggy Pugh.
Next slide, please. I think in closing our portion of the presentation and getting ready to turn back to you for discussion, it's important to know that there is a lot of work that needs to happen in mathematics, and I think that what we have seen is typically when you have a new standard or set of standards that schools and systems don't do great on it, but over time they learn the ins and outs of the content, learn the ins and outs of the assessment, and you see things start to improve. What we have not seen in Maryland is improvement year over year. And so it's important to know that the state is looking at those standards, and really instead of having multiple standards assessed in multiple years with lack of clarity about when students solidly have to know it, hopefully what it's developed is much more clean, much more clear, and we're able to help our teachers understand exactly how students will be measured for their understanding. And with that, we'll turn it back to you for discussion.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to turn to my colleague to see if everyone has questions or comments. Let's restrict to 2 questions per board member this round. I'm going to start from this side.
Thank you. I just have one question to start. Can we go back to the MLK slide for a second? I think it was a couple slides back.
That's slide 8.
Slide 8, yes. But so when we're looking at this growth percentile evaluation, were magnet students disaggregated from this data, or is this the entire school including magnet students as well?
No, the magnet students were not disaggregated out of this data.
All right, thank you.
Mrs. Zimmerman?
Thank you. So as we're looking at our math proficiency, either declining or being kind of stagnant across grade levels as our kids are getting older, I want to ask a little bit more about what we're doing with MAP and how we're looking at the data. I'm going to, for the sake of the public, explain a little bit. I'm not trying to talk at you. I know you know. So, right, measured academic progress, MAP tests, they change actually at each juncture that we're looking at, right? That with NWEA, that their tests, right, their MAP tests, they each change for kindergarten, right, that they're being tested on pre-K to 3 skills. And actually that test is read to students, that MAP-P test is read to them. Then it changes in 3rd grade and they're being tested on 2nd through 6th grade skills. So at each juncture that we're looking at kids changing the entire assessment, right? That it's not just MAP is not the same across from K to 12, it changes at each point. My question is, have we considered looking at changes in data from kindergarten to 2nd grade within the same test? And are we seeing improvement there? Same with 3rd grade, look at 3rd grade and 5th grade, that's the same test that they're taking. Have we considered looking at it that way to see if we're seeing improvements across each test as we're changing each one each time? I wonder if we're just spinning our wheels, we're looking at different things, we're comparing apples and oranges.
So I'll speak to particularly the slide on MLK. So when we looked at the data for MLK, Patty worked closely with the Math 8 team last year. And so what we did is we looked at the cohort of students from 7th grade into 8th grade, because it would be the same MAP test. And more students were proficient from the same set of cohort of students from 7th to 8th grade. And so we're like, that's wonderful. That helps to understand, the kids are growing and doing better. And we also just decided, well, what does it look like when we look at one year's 8th graders to the next year's 8th graders? And we also noticed growth there. And so that's one of the things that we were looking at when we were looking at some of this MAP growth for MLK. And I think Patty spoke really wonderfully about the conditions and the expectations the principal set up in order to allow for Patty to coach the teachers on a regular basis. There's no, hey, there's a sub out, can you come and cover this class? This is curriculum study, it's important, we're dedicated to this, and this is the outcome of that dedication and support.
So it sounds like this is something that maybe we are seeing improvements across that, so maybe it's something we should look at as a whole, right? That if we're not seeing improvement, maybe where can we find that improvement to help us better understand what we need to do. So speaking to that, what do we need to do? What do you all believe is the barrier that's making it difficult for us to see greater improvement in our math proficiency for students?
Well, at the elementary level, many schools may feel like they've had the math curriculum for 5 years. It was across the pandemic, and now they're being asked to learn a new ELA curriculum as well. And so our elementary teachers are now being asked to become content experts. And you heard that phrase at least 5 times as we were presenting. And so again, having our math leaders in the building is one tool, but we know at the elementary level, over 60% of our named math leaders are serve dual roles. They're actually the staff development teacher as well. And so when we look at having our instructional math coaches there, again, they block out the noise. They are there in team planning consistently and following up with instruction as well. That's where we've seen that needle move is, again, we find that teachers are able to agree and find common understanding in planning, but then it takes more time to see those agreements transition into instruction. And so by having our instructional math coaches in classrooms, seeing instruction happen in real time, modeling in real time with them, building that job-embedded professional partner, not someone just saying, do it this way, but let's talk about this. How do we make this work for the children that are in my room at this time on this day? That's really showing success. And so now that we've seen that, can we have those conditions and expectations for agreed upon curriculum study time, the frequency, where that we not only have the grade level team there, but we also have those staff members supporting special education, our EML students as well, that are part of that conversation as well, so that we see that these are integral pieces to improving our craft and improving the outcomes for our students.
Okay. So I feel like that spoke to where we're seeing success. I don't feel like I've heard like where do we think the barriers might be?
Well, and because of this, because we are in our second year, after our first year with this implementation, we saw such good return on this investment that we actually planned our entire summer learning for schools around this model. And so again, shifting that, looking at curriculum study and instruction along with data monitoring, that it can't be that math leader is only at planning, that we have to see them focusing in on maybe the top 2 grade levels in that building that need that most support. And the principal is key in identifying those 2 or 3 grade levels so that math leader or the coach, if they're assigned, can follow up with instruction as well. So again, we're seeing that this is a model that is showing improvement.
And I'll just add to address the barriers, right? What the part of it about the work that they're doing, one of the biggest barriers is understanding and knowledge of the actual content. What does this standard mean? What does it assess? How is it being measured? Well, when doing this work, sometimes we find that we're not even giving students access to a full grade level content question. Or we're giving it to them, but giving so many scaffolds that we're not building them towards independence of being able to meet that math skill or standard. So at the elementary level, lots of times, because elementary teachers are generalists and we are asking them to know deep level of content, the math content is how the team is actually supporting them in looking at the data. So I would say content knowledge is sometimes a barrier. Understanding of the standards is sometimes a barrier at that level. I don't know if you want to talk a second. Yeah.
I think at times the barrier comes in the opportunity for unit planning and curriculum study. And so Patty talked about the teachers choosing the best activities that are going to support students attaining what they need in order to answer the exit ticket at the end of the day. And sometimes when we don't give teachers the opportunity to really study the curriculum, they aren't always able to see the big picture. And so those little decisions that they make every single day sometimes take you a little further off of where you need to go. And so sometimes it's about protected planning time. It's about the principal partnership with us around, there's a math coach in the building. Is there a way to, not have them do coverage around the building, or what's the expectation for planning in the building, and having a really great partnership with them.
All right, I'm going to move on from here. Ms. Sylvester.
Thank you. The last time you presented on math data, I think I asked the same question. What are we going to do differently to have a different outcome? And I believe the answer was to continue to do professional development, as I'm hearing today. And I'm happy to hear you're having success with the math coaches, but there's only how many in the whole system? 6, 8? Something like that. So
12.
12?
12.
Okay, thank you. So what's our strategy to reach? We just can't, we can't wait for 12 people to get through an entire school system. So what are we going to do what we have to do to reach more teachers so that they can have, as you said, the support and content knowledge increase that they need, and curriculum time and planning, so that we can see some of the outcomes that you have presented today.
We're so glad that you asked. And they'll opine on some of the more specific strategies. And while they're kind of collecting their thoughts around that, I will say that we do have some expansion of math coaches in the budget proposal that's before the board for consideration into cross-functional teams where they'll work with literacy specialists, school leadership, as well as other domains to meet the needs of a specific cluster and to rearrange their work on a cluster basis and really hyper-focus so that they have a set of teachers that are known to them, that are their teachers, and every teacher across the district is accounted for in that model, and we'll expand to have enough to cover that. But to approach it from more of a cluster basis. But we see great efficacy in the work that the coaches are doing right now, and see an opportunity to expand that and to have a focus that is cluster-based and utilizing our cross-functional team approach in the future. But they also have other specific strategies, and they'll tell you all about it.
And I'll just add another large district strategy is clear focus on what the outcome is that you're measuring and valuing, making sure we have assessment literacy, right, so that people understand the point of each of these assessments that we're giving and what they can get from them. The other piece is the alignment of professional learning. Professional learning should include content, and content needs to be a part of it. So there's an opportunity moving forward in looking at how we're delivering professional development by including content as part of that professional development at the appropriate grade levels.
I'll expand on that a little more. In the month of December, we provided professional learning for all school-based leaders. So a school can invite 3 people with them to professional learning, and the professional learning was solely on secondary mathematics. Everyone engaged in an Algebra 1 lesson. They experienced a math language routine. They understood like the components of a lesson and what you should be seeing when you go in there. And so what we did as a secondary math team is we were hoping to align our professional learning that was scheduled for yesterday with math leaders to say, you had professional learning with your principal. Now, here's how we're going to support you in coaching and seeing that this change happens. And so that we're not just accepting something stagnant, but from the secondary math team, we push in specialists where there aren't coaches to support the math leader in ensuring that change happens. What's your school improvement plan? What are the micro changes that you're making along the way throughout the school year to get to that end goal of your school improvement plan? And so I don't know that we've connected our work always the same way with the school improvement plan. And so that's been one of the major pushes for our team, is to say, when you go in there as a specialist or a coach, you should know their school improvement plan. What is the change that the content specialist is making? How can you support the content specialist to have coaching conversations with a teacher who maybe isn't making the change along the way through the professional learning that's being provided?
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to learn more about this process. It just seems so hard, and it takes so much work across such a large system. And, putting more money into it doesn't sit well with me. It feels like I think you've said this before, right? We're still learning this curriculum because of the pandemic. Wasn't a fair shot to say that we've really had it for this long. So for a follow-up conversation, I just really want to understand why it's been so hard for the system to really benefit from this curriculum. Thank you.
Yes. Ms. Rivera-Alves.
Thank you. So, going by the example, Dr. Martin, by the way, I love the math coaches. I see them in practice. I think they're great. But I do have a couple of questions on the Dr. Martin Luther King slide. So, that is from 2022 to 2023 to spring of 2023 to 2024, correct? And then the latest data that we have for the NWEA that I have here is 2024 to 2025. Mm-hmm. So if I look at Martin Luther King for the 6th graders for this year, am I wrong that there's been a significant decrease?
So we looked at, we were thinking Patty worked with them during the 2023-2024 school year. And so we wanted to know, how did they end the school year? And the way NWEA looks at growth, you should look at growth from the same administration. So we looked at them in the spring of one year and the spring after Patty had been working with the teachers at MLK. And what we see is that their growth percentile, not their achievement, but their growth percentile is 66%. And so I'll give you what that means is that if I scored 220, what they do is they take all the kids who scored in that same percentage or that same score and say, all right, if 100 kids took it and scored 220, let's look at 100 kids, those same 100 kids, and see how they did and how much growth they made. And so on average, if we were to put those kids in that, line them up 1 through 100, they were at 66th percentile. And so they're growing faster than 65 other students in that same testing rank of whatever they started with. And so that's what we're looking at here, growth, because when we look at some of the achievement with the schools where there's a coach needed, there's a lot of need to get the students to proficiency. And so sometimes we look at growth to find celebrations and to see that the needle is moving for the students, even though we aren't yet seeing the needle move at proficiency.
So you're saying that since they just took, the new sixth graders at MLK just took the test this fall, that the next time they take the test, we should see a significant increase compared to the numbers, or even more than what we're seeing as the final test takers for these sixth graders, just to make it clear. Okay, so then that goes to the point of the need of math coaches in elementary school. And this is maybe an if question. If these kids would have had that kind of support in elementary school, the kids who went into MLK, where their scores be better taking it in this fall, and we will see an increase. But then I look, these kids go into Seneca Valley, correct? Okay, so the kids in 8th grade, and one of the things that I had an issue with is, although these are the general numbers, I don't see the EML numbers and the FAR numbers, which are significant to me, because there is a significant number of kids who are EML, and there's different levels of EML. So I was mainly looking at the EML 4s, who are the kids who are about to finish EML and transition into regular classes, and the kids in farms. So if we look at 8th grade, those kids will go into Seneca Valley High School, right? So Seneca Valley, this fall, right, had 400 plus kids who took the test. And MLK had 230, so half of them came from MLK, but I'm looking at their scores for at least the Black kids and Latino kids, and only 54%, right, were able to score in the maps. And for Hispanics, it was only 48%. And then if we look at EML, it's 18%. And then IEP is even worse, it's like 13%. So I'm trying to see if the other kids who are not part of that group did not have that kind of support, which then goes into us looking into advocating for math coaches. Because if half those kids had that support, right, at MLK in 8th grade, and we saw that they were performing at a 72%, but then we look into the kids, who took the test. I'm trying to see why was such a big decrease of almost 20, in some cases 25%.
So when we look at the 8th grade students at MLK who are in this 73rd percentile for growth,
correct.
This includes all 8th graders, whether they're in Math 8, whether they're in Algebra 1, or whether they're in Geometry.
Okay.
When we look at the Seneca Valley, what high schools were asked to do was only to assess this Algebra 1 students.
Ah, got you.
And so we're not really looking at the same group of students. And so I would say that's would be only looking at probably the kids who were in Math 8 in the previous year. And we know our data tends to not be the same for students in the different courses.
And then is there a way for us then to get that data to see how those kids are doing? Like to see the kids who were in this cohort of 8th graders, whether they're taking algebra, whether they're taking different math, and so are they doing as well as we expected? Or is it that we need to put more, math coaches to support the trajectory of those kids in high school to be consistent with what they had in middle school?
That's something.
You guys are the experts, so you tell me.
So that's something that we can look into. I think another thing as I sit here is looking at, as our students go from elementary to middle school, and they have a coach. It's a coached school at elementary, and then what does that look like when they also have a coached school at the middle school?
Yes.
And how that over time supports students. So those are some data points that we can look at. Okay. I also there was something else that you said. I'll come back.
The EML students.
Oh, yes.
How poorly they're doing in every level.
They would be included just into whatever demographic they are. We pulled this data through the NWEA website, and currently I don't know that we are sharing that level of data with NWEA, that I was able to pull other subgroups of students. It was just by race.
To your point, though, you're looking at trying to follow the sequential story of our impact. And I think it's really right on point when you're looking at, we want to measure students against themselves, first of all, and then we want to know what they actually had access to, what supports they had access to. So these instructional coaches are working with the teachers so that the teachers no longer need an instructional coach, right? It doesn't need to be, their whole idea is to coach the process, to give the support, and depending on what level of support is needed, and then to move to another group. So I think we will have to track where they're assigned and how to get the information that you're asking for. But your point is interesting. We want to prove what is working for these students, and what will work for these students is our teachers all having solid understanding of the content, the time to plan together and collaborate, the time to react and respond to the data that they see in planning what's next.
And I think that's really important, because how sad would it be that we're making such great gains with having these coaches, and then when they go to high school, we lose all that ground, right, that we're supposed to be building on. And I think I used this example very quickly when I was actually in one of the classrooms. I went to when they did the whole, they were like teaching the teachers pretty much, and there was all of these about fractions. And the way they did it, it made so much sense to me that I wish somebody had taught me that way when I was in 7th grade, because I would have gotten it. So it makes such a difference. But my concern is that by the time we spend all this funding and so on, right, we get it, and then when they transition into high school, and then there's nothing, right?
Thank you, Ms. Rivera-Alvin. Ms. Wolf.
I think my question has already been answered, but I'm getting a little brain dead, so maybe not. I think it's the same as Ms. Silvestri's question. The math coaches are making progress, but we can't afford but so many math coaches. So what are we going to do? And I heard you say cross-functional teams, but I'm not even sure that I understand why that would work if there's no math coach.
I can say how that would work. That would work because we're all giving the same information to the teachers and to the leaders of the building. We all understand the context under what, let's just say 6th grade. They're studying 6th grade and working with 6th grade. If we are addressing the needs of the students, we are all doing that as a team. The special educator is going to learn math, but they also bring an expertise with them that says, this student has an IEP goal for mathematics, and they're missing this preliminary skill, and so I can work with them here on this preliminary skill The ELD teacher would know the level of EML language to know what accessibility to build into the routine. So it's rather than everybody coming in separately, only teaching what they know about ELD support or only special ed support or only math support. This is an opportunity for everybody to learn what each other does and actually synthesize it so that it's clear. And can you imagine being a 6th grade teacher hearing from 5 experts? You need to hear the same thing and you need to be working on the same thing. So this will simplify, I think, our approach. It will make it together a little bit more unified with a very clear end goal.
So in addition to the 4 middle school math coaches at the secondary level, there are 2 instructional specialists at the middle school level and 2 instructional specialists at the high school level. And so what the specialists do is a big difference is that the coaches are able to say every Tuesday, I am at MLK with the Math 8 team and we are planning and we are curriculum studying. And so the support and coaching is weekly, sometimes bi-weekly. And so they're able to know that every Tuesday, Patty's going to be there without a doubt. For some of our schools that don't have coaches, a specialist comes out maybe to their monthly department meeting and provides professional learning. Some of our specialists come out and plan monthly, or when the planning team is coming up on a unit, they might say, hey, I'm going to come in and I'm going to do unit planning with you. And we're going to talk about what's necessary for kids to get out of the next 6 weeks of learning. And so there are coaches and they're being effective. We also have instructional math specialists who are supporting the other schools who don't have coaches. It's just that they're not able to consistently be there every Tuesday. And it's a difference in not every school needs the same level of support. And so we have to determine these are schools that need intense support. They have a coach. These are schools that don't need as much intense support, and they would get the support of a specialist.
Thank you.
And if I could add,
I hear what you're saying. I'll have to wait for the result because I'm not exactly seeing that, because I thought the math coaches also have the ability to go into the classroom and observe and model. And I think that is a key element of it. So, but there is one request that I have. The charts by school that you gave out don't always have the N in it. I need the N.
Yeah.
Okay? If somebody could say, because it's missing a lot. It has the data, but it doesn't have the N.
Okay. Ms. Matoya?
Thank you. That was actually one of my requests as well. I think just this year's data doesn't have the N, but last year's did, so maybe it just got left off. I have 2 questions, and one is, first, thank you for all the work that you're doing, especially with such low levels of staffing. I know that this is challenging, especially with the new curricula, so I do appreciate it. While we don't see the gains that we want, I mean, at least looking at, grade 6, we do see some slight gains, so hopefully, right, we stay that path. My question is, given how little staff that you have, and there's only so many hours in the day, what's happening with schools where maybe on the whole, it looks like everything's okay-ish, or it's not bad, but then when you break down certain demographics, there are still demographics that, quite frankly, year after year, we see the same pattern of not quite reaching the levels of proficiency that we would like. How, if in any way, are we able to address that? And then the second question is similar to with literacy. What can we do at home? Because I can say as a parent, when I've asked, and I've heard from many, many parents, from parents who have ridiculous numbers of degrees in education to parents who don't speak English, the homework helper just isn't helpful. So what can we do at home?
If we could go to the next slide, please. One thing I'd like to address is when we're talking about breaking down the subgroups, if we look, when we had our summer training with all elementary schools, we had our school teams that were represented choose one area that they were going to focus on. So again, that way they could see what is their need. And they also prioritize 1, maybe 2 grade levels to focus in on. So again, to your point, thinking around where is that group of children that we need to follow? For example, we had Flower Hill was here, and they shared how they focused on their grade 4 class of students. And so looking at what are they doing in particular, if it's in curriculum study, are we having that time to make sure we have that minimum of 45 minutes to really dive into what is the know of the standard and how do our students need to show they understand that. And then having that time to look at by those different groups, how are we performing? What are the shifts we need to make in instruction so that we can be sure that our students are able to demonstrate their knowledge in multiple ways so that we are not over scaffolding as well. So we want to make sure that we're doing that. Now, to your point at home, again, we know that there are some materials that do come with our vendor that we want to make sure that parents have access to as well. And there are also additional resources that the schools have that they may be able to provide with particular students or student groups as well. But again, we want to make sure that math is a happy event at home and not a point of frustration.
Right, and I think I would just like to encourage, and I can appreciate each school sends out information differently and communicates differently and whatnot. But I think that then becomes also part of the challenge, right? Is because then we hear things from different people from different schools. And so maybe similar to the way we have the resource hub they mentioned on literacy, is there something there where parents can know where it is independent of their school? I can just say, the curricula provided resources and helpful, they're just not that helpful, right? We didn't learn this math either, just like you guys didn't, so.
Okay, thank you.
At the secondary level, we also have IXL from Math 6 through Algebra 2. And so IXL probably at times maybe shows some supports that may be a little more traditional, that a parent is accustomed to how they would have learned mathematics. And so I would always encourage, if there's a parent out there who is a middle school Math 6 through Algebra 2, to jump on IXL. And IXL gives videos, it gives supports to students to help them along the way. And so I'd really elevate the support that IXL can give. And around the schools, when you disaggregate their data and determine that there might be a subgroup of students that needs more support, if they don't have a coach, that's when we would send a specialist out there and think about, what does the math leader in the building, what capacity building do they need? What supports do they need to have conversations with their teachers to say, we're looking at our data and here's where we notice things. And so that's part of the role of a specialist, is to help math leaders within the middle school and the high school have those conversations and elevate that data with their departments.
All right, thank you. And for those that don't know, IXL is an online learning platform. It's actually outfitted for kindergarten through 12th. For core subjects, you can add on things like Spanish. I actually use it home for my kids, begrudgingly at times. But it can be helpful. Thank you.
Ms. Stewart.
Okay, so we really haven't talked about this kindergarten cohort too much. So what's your plan? I mean, this is a big change, and it's going to be a project, right? So anyway, I want to hear about your plans.
Before the math team jumps in about their plans about what to do for this kindergarten cohort, one of the other strategies is to increase the access to high-quality pre-K programs that are in alignment to what we're doing in the kindergarten program. So it's often you don't know who's coming to you as a school system when they come to you, and it's a natural entry point for school at kindergarten. They're still very young, very adaptable, very eager to learn, many of them. And so I advocate for as much prior care as possible, where there's activities that are involving numeracy, even life activities. And I think we used some examples last time, measuring, cooking, those types of things that can happen in a structured way. But for the students who have come to us in kindergarten, I'll let Carla respond.
It's funny you should ask that. A gentleman who had shared out earlier in public comment was sharing how he was stressed out about trigonometry. And I said, well, if you think trigonometry is challenging, try teaching kindergarten math. And I say that in jest, but in all seriousness, as we look at when we implemented the new curriculum several years ago, kindergarten primary teachers would often say, oh, we can go faster. we can go through this much more quickly. And it was like, no, again, deeply understanding the standards. Do they understand what is the expectation when we're looking at those primary age students and the depth of understanding they need to understand? It's not simply being able to count 1 to 10. It's understanding, what does 1 mean? What does it represent? How can I look at this and understand these are 2 objects? And if I take away 1, there's 1 remaining. So there's all of these different components to this. And to go back to you, Ms. Montoya, we also have Zern, which is an online free tutorial. That I love to see that you're smiling, and that's genuine smiling, right?
Well,
a little bit.
we can
Okay.
chat about that later.
We'll take that. But to your point, it's not enough just to provide the parents with resources. We also have our math leaders who are staffed in the schools. Again, often many of them are also staff development teachers. But as part of our math leader learning, which we have most every month throughout the year, we are providing training and professional learning to look at a standard or a group of standards as they progress, for example, from K to 2, so that they can understand this is how this learning progresses from kindergarten to grade 1 to grade 2, so that when they are supporting their teams of teachers at school, and a kindergarten team maybe says, oh, we can move through this, our kids can do this already, they have that background knowledge now to ask those questions of, well, can they show it in this way? Are they understanding this? Let's really dig into the standard. Have we gotten to that depth of the standard for the children to understand?
Thank you. Now,
I had one more, my second question. Okay. It's not too complicated, but from this data, like, we can't wait a whole nother year, right? So what's the priority today? I mean, we only have so many math coaches, we have these teams. Just if you could quickly let me know what's the bang for our buck right now to change some of these trends?
Ensuring that every student is seeing high quality instructional materials every single day in class, from pre-K through Algebra 2, and that the purchased, approved Board of Ed curriculum is what students are seeing, because there is alignment between the curriculum, our MCAP, and college and career readiness.
Thank you.
And supporting schools so that they can develop a master schedule that allows for teachers to have that time to go in and study this. Again, this is a science and an art. It's not simply, I love children, therefore, because I love children, I can teach this. We know that our teachers are very committed to this. For an example, we had a teacher who was at a school, a coach-supported school, that moved out of the state for other reasons and emailed their coach this year to say, I so miss MCPS and the coach and the way we looked at curriculum study and unpack this, and I am teaching my team how to do it as well. So when we provide that support and we are there, not simply coming in to tell, but we are building these relationships, and it's a true partnership. These teachers see that. They'll see it in their math leader at their school as well, if we can make sure that we honor those conditions and we set those expectations.
Thank you. Mr. Silvana.
All right, thank you. I just want to say I appreciate the work that you guys have been doing. Thank you so much. This has been a very well-informed presentation. Kind of going back to one of the questions I had asked earlier regarding the aggregation of the data between the magnet programs. I'm looking through the rest of these schools, and there's a lot more schools where I think the data still is not disaggregated between magnet students and students, and I'm concerned that this might be used as a way to that this might not be showing the true facts of the data and is maybe covering up spaces that we know we need to work more, and we can't really see that because this data is being covered with magnet student data as well.
I think when you look at the MLK data, we do see that African American, Black, Hispanic, Latinos are above the 50th percentile for growth. And so I think that speaks for the students in all of the school. And so we can get back to you and look at some of the data, but we tend to keep school data at times aggregate, we want to include when a school has a magnet program. We also want to include the data when a school has a special education program and not start saying, well, only these students are my students. And so that's why when we present some of this data that we don't do that. I do want to elevate that Patty is working with grade 8 math. Our coaches are working with on grade level students. And so many times the magnet students aren't the students in our on grade level courses. And so the growth that we're seeing, while it may be a magnet school, is representative of the students that's their home school.
Okay, thank you. I think that pretty clearly answered my question. I appreciate that. But I think I understand the concern around, not wanting to differentiate students based on, this is my student, this is not my student. Everyone in MCPS is our student, right? But really just making sure that we're understanding where we need to, keep making progress and keep working forward, right? And not just, looking at the data at a whole and then missing out, pieces from the back because we're not, really digging deep into this. That's kind of my general point. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I have a question or more of comment. So it's wonderful. It's showing that the math coaches, the investment of the system is working, right? It's clearly demonstrated by the data of these schools. However, our system also have other investment we made. On secondary level, I believe every school have a content specialist that are released for 2 periods of the day or 1 period of the day. Okay.
They get they're released 2 periods, this just the same as all teachers, and then an additional period out of the day.
That is an investment too. Over this many schools. We also have investment in our staff development teachers. However, when we talk about the work, I hardly, whether in reading or in math, I hardly hear what efforts, what results from these investments we have made in the system. So sometimes I'm not convinced putting more people or giving people more free period because I haven't heard the evidence that actually work. So that's my comment. So maybe in the future, in our math or literacy conversations, I can understand a bit more of what they do. Now, a second thing is we renew the curriculum. Wonderful. Everyone in agreement, we should renew the curriculum. Now, I'm sure there are math walkthroughs that happen in our buildings, okay? And then, but are we really looking at the implementation of the integrity of the implementation of the curriculum? Are they using it? Are they using it well? Are they getting better? What can that tell us? Who's supposed to do that? I can't say all the math coaches or a few of your specialists are going to do all this. So what other staff are we involved in this work? I don't think mine is really meant for a question for you to answer. Mine is meant for a comment for us to think about what existing people we use and how do we use these existing people for future discussion, given that we have time constraint. Another thing is I want to thank you for in the data that EML levels, English language proficiency levels are included school by school. I would really appreciate if we can have that data also system-wide so that it's better to understand the group as a whole. Am I missing it or is it somewhere?
So that would be in the first line of each of the charts is the all total. Are you saying?
Oh, okay. Thank you. That will help me to get a bigger picture. Thank you so much. Are there any closing
Julie, I have a question.
Oh, okay.
I just have a question. When you read the sort of U.S. news, we're not the only ones struggling with math. Has anyone looked around to see if there's any district with similar demographics that's having success? And if so, what they're doing?
So we've opened some conversations with other districts in Montgomery County, in the state of Maryland, to kind of see, well, what are you doing at your schools and different things like that. We also are a part of a partnership with Learning Forward, in which we are a part of a cohort of Montgomery County Public Schools, Nashville, and Philadelphia, and where we talk about curriculum implementations, where we learn the other best practices of the other counties that are trying to implement the illustrative math curriculum. I'll let Patty add anything she wants to that, because I think that's been pretty beneficial.
So I've been also a part of that network. There are 3 Montgomery County public schools that are a part of that network, is Neelsville Middle School, Gaithersburg Middle School, and Shady Grove Middle School. And it's been really powerful for the teachers in those buildings to have connections outside of Montgomery County that are implementing the curriculum, to one, recognize that their struggles are also the struggles of others, but also to hear the best practices that Metro Nashville are coming out with, or the city of Philadelphia is coming out with as well.
I thank you, but I'm not asking about just best practices. Is there any district that you're aware of that's actually having success? Because, there are best practices here in Montgomery County. There are best practices in Philadelphia, but their numbers are poor. Nashville's numbers are poor. You go and look at the National Assessment of Educational Progress, and you can tell they're not doing any better. I'm trying to figure out who's doing better. And if we know that, what are they doing? And if there's no one that you know, that's fine.
So I first started with, we have reached out to a couple of the other counties who have been successful on their MCAP data to hear a little bit more about what they're doing, about the curriculum, about how they deploy support to schools and different things like that.
You're talking about the counties here in Maryland.
Yeah, correct.
And I would
they
say
don't have similar demographics to us.
do not.
I'm looking for somebody that has the
I know
same
that Fairfax
demographics. that we
Fairfax
do.
has done quite an improvement on their math and reading, and I think Fairfax is pretty comparable. Fairfax. Yeah.
Fairfax does somewhat, yes.
Yeah, so we can look at their best practices, and I think we brought this issue up already, like a year ago, but they definitely are, and also not just with the general population, but also with EML and special education.
All right. So thank you, everyone, for your presentation on math. I think my chief of staff keep showing a message. We're 1 hour behind schedule. All right. So thank you so much. And I would like to move on now to our safety and security update.
Thank you, Madam President. We are ready to move to safety and security as we switch gears from the board's academic goals and agenda to making sure that our schools are safe, welcoming, and inclusive. This commitment is not just a statement, it is our guiding principle that helps to shape our actions and decisions as a school system. The collaborative efforts created by our team to coordinate safety plans and strategies that impact individual facilities within their communities are crucial to the success and positive outcomes of each of our schools. By dedicating our attention to such critical areas, we affirm our unwavering commitment to fostering a safe atmosphere where students can learn and thrive without compromise. I'm excited to welcome several folks to the table. I'm going to introduce not just Mr. Marcus Jones, but the Ms. Shauna K. Jornaby to lead today's presentation and tell you about details on how we are moving MCPS forward in safety. You'll also see today that this is a reflection of a couple of things. One, our multifaceted view of the safety needs in the district, and as we mentioned at the start of my time with you on as your superintendent, that we would be revisiting this topic multiple times a year, and this is the second time that we've had the chance to do that. So, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, and good evening to President Yang and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to engage in the dialogue today about the critical work of ensuring that our staff, students, and families are safe. Montgomery County Public Schools is committed to providing for the safety of all persons on Montgomery County Public Schools property and to creating and maintaining safe, peaceful schools and workplaces where students and staff can do their best work, achieve, and thrive. The next slide, please. It is essential to understand that safety and security is multidimensional and requires a layered approach. Effective results with less incidents showing with staff visibility across many of our schools have proven to be effective. Consistency, I would say, is a key word as we work towards decreasing variance across our schools to increase effectiveness. Administrations that are leading from the front with clear expectations and are making those a priority and producing positive outcomes. The next slide, please. In bullet 3, we want to talk about some of the things that we have begun over the course of this school year. The middle school camera project is at the top of our list as we received the state grant. 98% of those new cameras have been installed at our middle schools. We're 4 schools from completing that project, which should be completed within the next week or 2. Upgraded and new cameras are being installed in the next few months that have been identified from a backlog as well as our current request. Vape sensors installations are being scheduled as we talk, and will be shared with our high school principals in the next week or 2. As we talk about our community engagement officers that are assigned to our high school clusters and support each respective cluster, all of our CEO positions are currently filled except the one, and that is at Northwest High School. I have been in contact with police leadership. They expect that position to be filled this month. So we should be getting notification of the officer who will be responsible for the Northwest High School cluster. We are also conducting training for all of our security assistants. Our training to include our management of aggressive behaviors for all of our security assistants to address, to enhance de-escalation, to deal with crowd control, as well as managing physical confrontation. This addresses major liability issues for our district, knowing that our folks are properly trained in these techniques. That training is expected to occur within the next couple of months. So as you note, that there are lots of balls are in the air in which we are working towards many aspects of our safety and security plan. But I also wanted to note that we also have our panic button considerations. I know there's been a lot of conversation, a lot of consideration about panic buttons as we talk about cell phones at our schools as well as radio transmissions. And I just want to highlight that real quickly because I have noted this just a few months ago when I began in my seat that we would explore an alert system, crisis alert system throughout our entire system. We have been speaking and we are speaking with several vendors to try to find the best product possible that we would deem that would be feasible and it will be productive in the world of security for all of our schools, for all of our staff to have the accessibility to be able to make an emergency notification. I know there's been lots of discussion about cell phone coverage at our schools. Whether it be any level of school, it's always a matter of discussion. I can tell you in many buildings throughout Montgomery County that are even outside of schools in my role as the chief of police, we found that there's been poor communication. There's been poor cell phone coverage, and you have 3 major vendors, primarily Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, and all of them work on their own separate systems. Just recently, I was at Magruder High School, walking through the halls of Magruder, where I had a Verizon phone that had no cell phone coverage, but I did have SOS coverage, which means that if I needed to contact 911, that cell phone still allowed you to call 911, okay? I was standing next to the security team leader who has a T-Mobile cell phone. He had 5 bars. Why? Because there's a T-Mobile cellular tower right next to Magruder High School. So there's a lot of dynamics that come with increasing cell phone coverage. There's a lot of costs that come with increasing cell phone coverage. But these are the things that we are examining, we are looking at as we go through and do assessments at each of our high schools that we will talk about a little bit later in this presentation, as we have been working with our high school principals. We'll be working with our middle school principals and working with all of our elementary school principals to address those needs that they have when it comes to communication, as it was noted earlier today. I'll also briefly note that about communication when it comes to radios that we have in our schools. I've been in not only working with our current radio system that we have, but also talking with our other partners, such as Montgomery County Police, as well as Montgomery County government with their communications, emergency communications, to look at new technology that will assist us for emergency notifications for our schools. That we also look at for police coverage, where it has been a common practice for the police department to actually go to the different schools to actually work on putting different types of technology in order for boost signaling to be able to communicate for their CEOs and responding officers for any communications. We are currently continuing to do some assessments and work on some improvements in those areas as well. But again, that comes with funding, but we're also seeking other funding opportunities, such as grants, that may be able to assist us in improving in those systems. So at this point, I will now turn it over to Ms. Shauna Kay.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We're going to be discussing serious incidents today, and I wanted to take a moment just to make sure that we all had a common understanding of some of the language we're going to use and why we put a greater focus or a priority on serious incidents over incidents. So I want to start with how incidents are recorded or how they're tracked. So staff enter into a system that we have called Synergy, any behavior that they think should be noted or addressed.
Can we go to the next slide, Sean Kay?
Next slide, thank you. And those may include large level behaviors, which we'll talk about in a second, but they also include things like tardies or dress code. In fact, tardies account for 1 in 7 of all of our incidents. So they're noted because they need to be addressed, not necessarily because they have a direct impact on safety and security. So there will be many, many incidents, thousands of incidents. However, some incidents are noted as serious incidents. Serious incidents, according to our MCPS regulation, are ones that include a high level of risk, harm, threat to staff or students, or seriously disrupts school operations. It could also be a concern that could escalate to a community concern or could be elevated to a legal concern or a police matter. A good rule of thumb for me is I always think about, as a principal, if I have to call out for support, then it's a serious incident. So that's one way to think about it. Other serious incidents include weapons. They may include some fights, but not all fights. And non-serious incidents include things even such as academic dishonesty. So when we're looking at it, we're looking at a broad range. So when it comes to matters of safety and security, we're going to be talking mainly about serious incidents today. I do want to say, in case it comes up as a question, that trends in non-serious incidents really are also important. For example, if a school has a high incidence of tardies, when students are in unstructured time, that could lead to further serious incidents. So they do matter, they are important, but overall in safety and security, we talk about our serious incidents. Next slide, please. When a serious incident occurs, a principal or their designee makes all external calls for appropriate support and consultation. All principals and school admin receive training and guidance on incidents that are required to be called in. So in addition to these trainings, they receive regular updates about what incidents are required. For example, hate bias incidents, whether we may believe they're serious or not serious, as long as it is in that category, it is a required call. The serious incident is then directly reported to the Office of School Support and Improvement, and then it is recorded and logged in the Serious Incident Management System, also in Synergy. That incident generates an incident report number and is tracked for follow-up and support measures. And over the last 2 years, that is a particular area that we're working on, right? The second part of that, the follow-up and support measures that happen with those incidents. As of today, I can share with you that of any open serious incidents, 78.6% of those incidents are closed out, which means that they've received the appropriate follow-up and the appropriate response. One area that we're working on is incidents that may not are not done by students. So if an incident's not done by a student and doesn't require a discipline response or a parent or a follow-up response, for example, a medical emergency, sometimes those incidents are not closed back out because there's nothing attached to it. So we're working on how to go back at non-student incidents to make sure that they're closed back out. Next slide, please. So here you have a snapshot of our serious incidents for the current school year, year to date, as compared to last year's incidents year to date. And you can see they're fairly similar in terms of the amount. Where we have some of the difference is that there are less serious incidents this year. And it's not a big number, it's about 2.5%. But you can see last year we were running about 22% of our incidents as serious. And this year about 19.5% of our incidents are serious. And we're gonna take a little bit of a deeper dive into that in the next slide. All right, so again, serious incidents or incidents in general are many incidents. And we're looking right now at the top incidents that are reported as serious. And if you follow the chart with me, in 2023, in terms of knives and other weapons, we had about 75 reports at this time this year. And this year, it's about similar, it's about 71. And you'll see that trend holds true in several of these categories. One that I'd like to note is in fighting an attack on others. So in terms of the number of serious fights, not in terms of the number of fights, but in terms of the number of serious fights, we're seeing a slight decrease in that category. A little bit of an increase in our drugs and controlled substances. So those are areas that we're monitoring in terms of how we're continuing to address them. Next slide, please. So in order to create the conditions for a safe environment, we have to consider not just what happens once an incident occurs, right? The point is we don't want incidents to occur. So the majority of what we focus on is how to create proactive measures to ensure that incidents do not occur. And one area that we really need to work on is our expectations for our students. And I think you've heard that again and again and again. And we've looked at that year on year on year and what that looks like. So in the past, when we're sharing expectations with students, schools do that in a variety of ways. They hold town halls with students at the start of the year and at each quarter. They have admin visits to classroom. There are psychosocial lessons with counselors. And this year, for the first time, in addition to our culture of respect modules focused on bullying and on hate bias, which we've done for the last 4 years, we've added in a new module focused on students' rights and responsibilities, as well as students' understanding of the code of conduct. And so this year, that is the first time that has been something that's been presented to students. It is automatically on their Canvas pages. Every secondary students have access to it, and principals have received training about how to implement that module. At this point in the year, we have about 60% completion rate across our schools, with a higher completion rate in middle school than in high school. And we are working with our directors in terms of working with schools with low response rates on how to ensure that all students complete those modules. And as much as a module is not the simple answer for expectations, expectations should be in real time, they should be consistent, they should be regular. It is a step towards making sure that we have a uniform message for all of our kiddos. Next slide, please. The final slide that I'm going to share with you before I turn it over to Mr. Monteleone is a little bit about some of our discipline data. I want to start with that we're going to be speaking a little bit more in depth about our discipline data later on at the end of this month. So we're going to address that in terms of a deeper deep dive. But I did want to make a connection back to safety and security. So if you see the chart in front of you, these are the number of suspensions that have been enacted for our students this year, year to date, compared to the prior year and the prior year, year to date. And while we do follow MSDE and COMAR guidelines using exclusion as the last option, I think it is really important to share with our board and with our audience, our families, and our communities that we take issues of safety and security seriously. We take issues of safety and security seriously for all of our kids, and we do communicate through alternative practices, through teaching methods, what those are, but also there are responses that may include temporary school removal. And if you take a look at this chart compared to serious incidents, you'll see a fair alignment to the amount of incidents and the amount of removals based on those categories. And next slide, please. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Monteleone to talk a little bit more about the security assessments.
Thank you very much. So we've heard a little bit about creating the conditions, right, that would preclude incidents from happening, such as identification, implementation, the vape sensors. We're having conversations about weapon detection systems. We're talking about some technical responses, ensuring there's a district-wide message to all students, right, across all of our secondary schools about what our expectations are, and being very clear to them on what the process is for an investigation and possible disciplinary response. At the core of any safe school is the fundamentals of how a security team and an administrative team work together. That is at its core. So yes, our technical work is important. Yes, the new technology that we are putting in schools, the cameras, the vape sensors, are absolutely important. But the fundamentals of fostering a safe, welcome, and inclusive environment really rest upon people. We've heard from our superintendent and many others, right? We are in a people business. And so that doesn't just involve your administration and your security team. It also involves your teachers and staff. It involves your students, and it involves working and having strong relationships with your parents and your caregivers in the community, in addition to our partners in HHS and other partner organizations. So I think another example, right, previously, the board has seen the Office of Safety, Security, and Emergency Management come to the table for a safety and security presentation. So you're seeing OSSI, you're seeing the Office of Wellbeing Student Services, you're seeing security, and we also have a principal here with us today because we have really desired to take this out of a siloed approach. And as soon as Chief Jones came on board this summer, we took it upon ourselves, Dr. Moran and I and others on the associate team to come together and provide really a collaborative approach to this work. Historically in MCPS, if you speak with longtime administrators, the administrative lane is over here, and perhaps the security lane had been over there. And we've done a lot of work this year to rectify that. And a manifestation of that collaboration has been our security assessments. With the new superintendent, with the new chief security coming on board, we talk about what is the landscape of security in MCPS, and we don't know unless we go out to every single school. Second, starting with the high schools, and then moving on to the middle school second semester to do that assessment, right? So over the course of the first semester, Chief Jones, myself, members of Dr. Moran's team, and others have been visiting every single high school. I think we have a few more to go, and I could get those numbers, maybe about 5 or 6 more to go. So what were the objective of this? Really to assess the current state and the specific needs that schools have, right? There are some needs that are almost universal across all schools, and there are some needs that are specific to schools, right? Are you in an urban footprint, such as a BCC or Richard Montgomery? Are you in a place that lacks perhaps some resources and transportation lines, maybe Poolesville, Damascus, Paint Branch? What are the unique needs? What is going on in the environment? What type of activity is happening in the community? Is that coming into your school building, right? So there are a lot of specific needs that folks have. And we also want to take into consideration, some of the changes we've had in our principals. We've had a lot of new principals that have come on board. I think, I don't want to quote the numbers incorrectly, but about 70% over the last 4 years are new to their position. And many of them may have come into the position during the pandemic. And so we really wanted to turn back the clock and look at some of those fundamentals that we had with administrators prior. So as we've talked to schools, we're reviewing their security coverage plans. Where are your security team members each and every day? Right? Where are they period by period? What is the duty and the expectation that you have involved? How often are they checking bathrooms, right? Do they have access to cameras? Are we staggering their breaks so we make sure that everybody is on the floor? Are we executing all of our emergency preparation plans, right? What is the status? Do you have the basic artifacts in place? How specific are these? And do we have accountability and monitoring systems in place to make sure that they are actually being executed, right, by not only the administrative team, the security team, but the administrators as well. We've been doing walkabouts with the principal, key administrators, security team leaders, and others to identify hotspots in the buildings, facilities that may need to be, facility requests that may need to be elevated, to look at camera needs, what have you. We've talked about staff capacity, right? How new is your staff? What type of training does staff need? And we can speak to some of this a little bit later. What about the professional growth system, right? Is everybody meeting their core competencies? We have then agreed to next steps. We share a report with each and every school. We hope to finish with, and I think this week put a little bit of a dent in a couple of those visits, but we hope to finish with the high school visits by the end of the first semester and then move on to middle school second semester. So we will have hit all secondary schools. Each school is getting a summary report. And we want to bubble up these reports to the superintendent and to the board so that we can share, here is what the landscape looks like, and we can give some percentages of schools that have certain needs versus other needs. So it's been a really, really beneficial process. It's been eye-opening. We've had some trends and takeaways, right? So some of the big trends we've noticed so far is that there is some variability school to school based upon the capacity of the security team, the administrators in the building, how they are implementing this, how tight folks are on their security, how closely they're monitoring, doors and checking those IDs. What is the plan for the bathrooms? Things of this nature. Are we utilizing mental health supports through the student well-being team when students are identified based on a root cause that may have been at the root of any incident? Additional cameras were identified as needed, but I know that Chief Jones's team already has a list and is working on that. The ID implementation has varied a bit by schools. We heard a student testify earlier about ways to incentivize students to wear IDs. There are some schools out there right now that are doing just that. And we can dig into that today, later, but we certainly are going to be sharing with you all some recommendations on how a couple schools are implementing the ID process and how we could scale that up district-wide. There's a bit of a variance in effectiveness, excuse me, I said that about the capacity and effectiveness of certain teams, and then a district-wide approach to professional development for both administrators and security staff in the same place at the same time, hearing the same messages. We universally heard a request from security team leaders and principals about not having enough time with their security teams before school starts. They come back 2 days before school starts. One of those days is taken up with state regulations and training that must occur every single year. So in order to provide the professional development for those security team members and to invest in them, we don't want to hire them on a Friday and drop them into a 3,000 student building on a Monday. So those are some large trends and takeaways. One of the schools that we visited was Clarksburg. And I'm going to pass it to Ms. Anita O'Neill, who has done an outstanding job in addressing safety, security, school environment, reducing suspensions, really from a holistic approach. So we thought it would be nice to hear from her.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to present about our ongoing initiatives that impact safety and security at Clarksburg High School. Today I'm going to share some of our key actions from this year and some positive outcomes that we're experiencing. Before I dive into the details about what we're doing, I'd like to highlight 3 guiding principles for the work that we're doing at our school. And I think first and foremost, relationships are foundational. Building and fostering positive relationships within our community is central to everything we do. Additionally, positive behavior intervention strategies. These strategies not only support an individual student in growth, but also support our overall well-being of our community. And finally, it's the alignment of our resources and efforts. We are prioritizing aligning initiatives with our desired outcomes while refining or eliminating those things that do not have a positive impact on what we're trying to achieve at our school.
Can we go to the next slide? Sorry.
Thank you. All right, so what have we been doing so far this year? So again, like I said, focusing on relationship building and mentorship. Our staff is actively engaging with our students in hallways and other unstructured spaces, fostering trust and open communication to prevent potential issues before they arise. We've expanded our mentorship program where every staff member is paired with a student, providing personalized support and deepening connections throughout our school community. We're focusing on restorative practices and data-driven decision-making. We added 2 restorative approach coaches this year who analyze student data and help us identify interventions and strategies that are best suited for those students. So it could be connecting with trusted adults, referring them to services, holding meetings with caregivers as examples. We're also looking at features and synergy to be proactive in communicating through some of the enhanced tools like notes and enabling staff to document concerns and share those with other folks so that we can ensure timely support. We're really focusing on proactive measures and tiered support systems. So behavioral expectations are being reinforced through advisory programs alongside regular staff training and scenario-based exercises to maintain preparedness. You heard a previous speaker talk about having security and admin together. We have regular OSET meetings, which we're each month, and we go through scenarios. We look at incidents. We use the materials that are provided from central office to run our trainings. Our student behavior wellness team has implemented a tiered intervention system that allows us to focus on prevention, including conflict coaching, again, mentorship, and substance counseling. We redesigned our Alt-1 program, which we now call our Enhanced Intervention Program, and that provides flexible support to students. And I pulled data today. This year to date, we have served 71 students through our Enhanced Intervention Program versus last year, for a whole year, it was about 20 students. So we really have upped the impact of that program. We're also focusing on community partnerships and engagement. We have partnerships with organizations like the Conflict Resolution Center that provide students with coaching and mediation to address conflicts constructively. Our partners, that partner is in our building every Thursday all day, and they receive referrals from us, or they see students and they'll pull them in. So that's been very instrumental in helping coach our students to have positive social interactions with others. We collaborate with Bridge to Wellness and Street Outreach Network to offer additional supports for students. We strengthened our one-pack mentorship program this year through a partnership with Mentor Maryland and DC. So giving us some advice on how to expand effectively and have more impact with our students. We've begun to expand our community outreach initiatives like Meet and Eat at the Plumgar Community Center and some personalized phone calls to caregivers to invite them to school events, which we've seen an enhanced community engagement. We've seen parents come to our building that we didn't see before because now they've connected with adults in our building and they feel comfortable. They have a trusted adult themselves. We had the opportunity in October and November to share our work during the monthly MCC-PTA cluster meeting. So that was nice to be able to highlight that work. And we continue to seek new partnerships and activities that are aligned with our students' interests to provide positive outlets and opportunities for them to develop life skills and also feel good about themselves. So real quick, what are our simple results so far this year? We have seen a reduction in suspensions. Our current suspension rate is less than 1%, and we've seen significant decreases across all demographics, including African American, Hispanic, and students with IEPs. Our staff is reporting an increased sense of safety. Last year, that mid-year survey resulted in only 46% of our staff reporting and feeling extremely or quite safe at work. At the end of marking period 1, this year that figure is 64%. So we are surveying, we continue to monitor quarterly. We conduct weekly staff check-ins to ensure that we're addressing any concerns that pop up, and we're really eager to see the results for the district survey that will be coming in the spring. And we have a reported increased sense of student belonging. Our Minority Scholars Program students, leaders, collected data this fall that shows that 82% of our students report having a sense of belonging and a trusted adult at Clarksburg High School. So again, I'm very proud of the work that my staff, my admin team, my security team, all of us working together. I'm very proud of our work, and we remain committed to prioritizing safety, relationships, and support systems that empower our students and staff. The results reflect the collective efforts of our team, our community partners, and our shared vision for a safer and more connected school environment. And thank you for your time, for letting me share. Again, I'm very proud of the work at Clarksburg High School this year.
Next slide.
So I would like to basically close by noting that, I think there has been some progress made clearly with really identifying, and I really do appreciate the board's support along with Dr. Taylor on really identifying the need for safety and security and making that a priority for this system. Without your support, I can tell you that it would make it much more difficult for us to really accomplish this task. I think the sense I get from talking to not only our administrators, but many of our staff, as well as our students, that we see that there has been improvement. Are we there yet? The answer is absolutely not. We have a lot of work to do. There are lots of balls that I often say that we're juggling that are in the air. But we are committed to really coming up with solutions that are going to be effective. And one of the things that I've clearly recognized in my short tenure here at MCPS, I see a lot of great things similarly to what Principal O'Neill just noted and Mr. Montaloni just noted, as well as the numbers that have been, the data that has been placed out about decreases. But I've seen a commitment on staff to really to move forward, to be a part of the team, to just not be left up to the security assistants at our schools to create the safe environment, is that everybody's playing a role. And the more we see that from a leadership perspective and we continue to grow upon that, I think we're only going to get better, because it is about preventing incidents from occurring. It's not waiting for something to happen and then we become reactive. We really need to be in a proactive mode going along the way. And I just wanted to give a couple of updates, particularly as I know we spoke about this as well before when we talked about ACS readers, similarly at our elementary schools and some of the other schools that need those as well as door sensors to provide that sense of security at many of our schools that we know that people who are coming into our schools who don't belong in our schools. Those things happen sometimes on a daily basis. And our security teams, our administrators are aware of those individuals who belong in their schools. And I can tell you by us going around and doing these assessments and watching the identification system where it does work, though it again, the big word of the day for me that I think that I carry with me on a daily basis that I don't see is the consistency across the board. And that's where we have to get to from a standpoint of safety and security across Montgomery County Public Schools. We need a consistent system that everybody understands what's the rules of engagement and what are the resources that we all have, no matter what our environment, no matter what the culture is at our particular school, but that we're all on the same page. So I'll close there and we can now have a discussion.
Thank you. I'm going to start a discussion from my right-hand side.
Sorry.
Ms. Stewart. With time constraint, this round, let's do one question first.
Okay, I'll pick a hot topic. These, at least I'm getting feedback about the ID program and how it's working or not working. And what I know there's been several models used, and how are you determining which model seems to be working? How are you getting that feedback from the full community?
So I think there are several models, right? We've seen some schools that require students to wear the lanyard around their neck and to be able to show it immediately when they walk into school. Some schools are not necessarily checking it the same way. Some schools require you can have it around your neck, but you could also have it attached to your backpack. And again, there are some schools that we see where staff is actually checking more times than not versus when the student is not displaying it to make sure that they are displaying it. We see some schools where they come in and they don't have their IDs. There is a system that's been developed that gives them their replacement ID for the day. Or if they lost their ID, there's a system. But again, there's not consistency because each school is doing it individually across the board. So what we're trying to do is to take what we're seeing and make recommendations that we come up with a holistic approach of a possible policy procedure that would be beneficial for all schools.
And based on some kind of result, right? Because it's not just to do it because we just want to see kids wear lanyards, right?
No.
So has there been like less outsiders coming in the school? Has it helped? So have some kind of a measurement as well as you're picking the program.
Absolutely. It is, again, making sure those that belong in the school belong in the school. I mean, we also seen it where we have some staff members who don't wear their IDs, right? So again, many schools know who belong in their schools, but then you have some schools that are so large, right? That it does require, right? And it is a change of culture, right? A change for individuals to wear an identification card to show it when requested. And it's not just for the fact that we're just saying we want you to have it just to wear it. There is a purpose to this because we've had incidents that prove that people who sometimes come into our schools because somebody pushes a door open in the rear of the school and allows someone who doesn't belong in the school, who then gets to walk the halls but doesn't have an ID, right? Those are the things that these are the one time that there's a major incident that creates the havoc. And this is the message that we must send so people understand that there is a purpose behind why we're doing what we're doing.
Thank you all for being here, all of the work that you do, especially Principal O'Neill. I know you've had a full day of school and you're still here, so I just really appreciate that and the efforts that you're putting in at your own school. I actually have too many questions, so I will likely follow up with some of you after this. But the question overarching that I have is that we're hearing a lot about the middle schools and the high schools, whether it's the modules for bullying and hate bias and expectations or security assessments done in the first or second semester. I really want to elevate the frustrations of elementary school parents, and I am one. And I will say that I hear across the board, for all the years that I've been an elementary school parent now, that our student populations feel somewhat neglected in this area of safety and security. And I understand we have such challenges at the perhaps secondary level, but in my experience, one of the ways that we can curb some of those, and we talked about being proactive and prevention, and I'm absolutely for that. If we're not doing anything for our elementary school students and their schools, then we're going to continue to see these incidents at the secondary and high school levels. So it's too much for you to answer maybe a question right now, especially at this hour of the day, but I do really want to strongly emphasize, we had all of these parents show up, and this is not the first time they've shown up, and they are not the only parents with these concerns on a somewhat daily basis.
And I would just briefly just note to that it is not lost upon me, not at all, that we separate elementary schools any different from a standpoint of the focus. It's a different kind of a focus because of the culture, the environment, you may say, but the security that needs to be put in place, it's still a priority. And so we have a plan that we will continuously work with our elementary school principals in identifying many of their needs of how to best assess that. And these are the resources. This is a part of the assessment in which we speak of that we need to identify, but I'm not going to just impose upon my beliefs. I want to hear from not only the principals, but from the PTAs in those communities to be able to express to us what are the needs that they feel like they need for their kids.
So are there assessments then, I guess, happening?
They will be happening.
Okay.
Yes, they will be happening.
I'd like to add for elementary school, just really quickly, that some of our elementary school principals are doing a phenomenal job in terms of leading the way, in terms of sharing expectations with students. Farmland Elementary School under Principal Longest is a really good example of this in terms of bringing her community in and sharing with students about those expectations in a series of town halls. And we are cultivating examples like that and creating a resource bank for our elementary schools to be able to use so that they can share those best practices. Additionally, we're looking at ways to modify the modules created this year. Remember, this is our first year with the Code of Conduct modules, to create a module that is appropriate for grades 3 to 5. And so those are things that are coming down the pike that we can look forward to on the expectation side for our elementary school students.
Thank you. Ms. Wolf?
Well, I'm glad that Rita got to go before me because I was debating between two questions, and that was one of them. So first, I want to thank Principal O'Neill for coming in. It was really helpful to hear what's going on up at Clarksburg and that you're having success. My question, of course, is always about the data. I just want to understand what I'm seeing here. The serious incident data.
Go back to that slide.
Slide 7.
Yeah, it's on slide 7. I want to know, is this August 23 through December 4th, is that correlating to the suspension data, school year 23-24? In other words, that middle column under the suspension data, is that the same time period as on the number 7 slide?
Absolutely, down to the day. It's the same
It
time
is?
period. Yes.
Well, my question is, you got serious incidents of 1662, but you've got suspensions of 870. Am I reading that wrong?
No, you're not reading it incorrectly.
I just don't understand that. That's what I wanted to.
That's a good question. So for this year, and we're looking at this year, you'd be looking at the 1488 number rather than the prior year.
But right, but we on slide number 9, you only have 857.
Right, because not all serious incidents lead to a suspension. I'll give you a good example. So some of those trespassing numbers, that 26, those aren't all students. That could be the person from the community that wandered onto the field during the school day, right? They're not, the thing about serious incidents are they're not all incidents involving children. That trespassing could be a parent that was trespassed and not allowed on property and came onto property. So it wouldn't correlate to a suspension because we wouldn't suspend a parent. So it's not a one-to-one match in terms of even the fighting, that all of the fighting, those are not all children, right? That could be 2 adults that got in a fight in the parking lot over a parking space. So they're not gonna ever match perfectly because it's all incidents.
And so we've got a couple other points of context here that I want to add. And the largest category is other, and that involves a lot of medical incidents that occur where a student has a medical emergency or an adult in the building has a medical emergency. And so the world has to stop, and it's very disruptive to the learning environment, so it becomes one of these serious incidents. This is a really important data slide because we are talking about 1%. As a matter of fact, we're talking about less than 1% in a lot of context. And that's a great benchmark for us because as we look forward, we should be looking to shave this 1% even further down. Let's take a look at weapons in the first column. We've had over 80 days of school, and there are over 210 schools in the district. There are 212. That's 17,000 possible interactions that could be if I'm doing my math correctly in my head. So 17,000 possibilities, and we had 71 incidents out of 17,000 possible opportunities for there to be an incident. So that's actually less than 1/2 of 1%. And when you look at 1,400 or 1,500 incidents that have occurred, and let's assign that roughly to our student body of over 150,000 students, that's less than 1% of our student population that's being impacted less than 1% of the time. That's wonderful. Doesn't mean that we don't have work to do. It doesn't mean that there isn't progress to make. But these are abnormalities. They're irregularities. This is not the commonplace. I think it's really easy when the media paints the picture of what schools are like, or something exciting happens and it gets reported at home at the dinner table and it rules conversation for several days. Yeah, that's serious, and there's serious things that happen in school, but it's not an everyday, every classroom, every student experience. That it really is limited to a handful of things that we take very, very seriously and that we try to measure them and pay significant attention to them. A lot of work to do, a lot of room for improvement, particularly in the elementary space because we spend a disproportionate amount of time focused on secondary schools, because a lot of these things happen by volume at the secondary school, but it doesn't mean that the things that happen at elementary are any less serious. But this is an encouraging sign and something that, you know, we do need to take pride in the fact that this is moving in the right direction and that the numbers are still relatively low for us to manage in a pretty consistent and fair way.
Can I finish my thing then? Can I get some more information? I just want you to back out everything that's not a student, that's an incident that's happened at the school that resulted in I'm trying to figure out how many incidents there have been, whether they're repeat offenders, and what the demographics are. So I need the things like medical taken out, things that might have happened at the metro station and came. I'm trying to get a real picture here of what we're looking at and who it is and whether they're repeat offenders and the demographics. Do you understand what
I do.
what I'm looking for? We can do that.
I do. I think that's something we're going to have to follow up on. I think
Yeah, I
one
know
thing
you
to
can't
look
talk
at,
about it.
is recidivism, like how many students are repeating like serious offenses. And I can tell you it's typically about 20%, but that's data that we can get for you. And I think we can talk a little bit more about that when we talk about our suspensions and exclusions. I think that'll be a good one to
Well, you
kind
know
of
that
hone in on.
discipline has been one of my main issues, discipline of Black students. So I want that data broken down, and I want to know. I want to try to figure out what we're actually looking at. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Rivera-Ovens.
So we're going to talk about suspensions later, or?
I believe we have a strategic planning meeting coming up, but
Okay,
we
then
can
I'll
address
save-
it if you have a question.
Then I'll save those questions for that question for then. Then I'll do this one. So when I'm looking at this, I really would like to have a better picture of where the incidents are happening, whether it's high school, middle school, or elementary school. Just because there's a lot of assumptions being made of where things are happening, or things are happening more than other places. So for me, that is really important. And the other category, I'll tell you why it bothers me not to have a breakdown of that. Because we had asked in the past that when we have, for example, when we use Narcan, or there's a suspicious, or we think it's an overdose, that be put in as a category, right? Because we want to make sure that we have a grasp on whether we are making progress, or we are giving the right tools or the right support. So to have 1,184 under other serious incidents, it doesn't sit well with me. And I think Marcus knows why. Because then it's really hard for us to, and you can say to me, well, there were 1,184 people, calls to an emergency. Well, was it because it was drug related? Was it because we didn't have a nurse in the school? I mean, are they other, right? So if we're gonna do serious incident data, I wanna see it break down. And on the other slide, you go into the sexual harassment, and all that is not included in here. And I think that is something that needs, because we hear from the public, from parents and so on, because we said serious abuse based on sexual harassment, racial, regional, ethnic background. Because we are one of the most diverse school systems in the country, I think that data needs to be shared, and we need to know. And again, if we could break it down and can you tell me what serious fight, what's the definitions of a serious fight versus a definition of a non-serious fight? What are the components for that?
Yes, couple of things. So I wanted I was trying to keep track of some of the questions that you asked. So the first, where they're happening, right? Most incidents are happening at the high school level. So 530 incidents, 481 for elementary school, and 423 for middle. So they're similar, but for the most part, most are happening at high school. To the second question that you asked about the other category, we can certainly provide that data for you. I want you to know it's not labeled in the system as other. They're all individual. So it might be a list that is 100 long. We can't share that on one slide, so we just choose to share the highest number. But I want you to know that they exist. They're just not as common as the ones that you see on the screen. And then to the third question about what makes a fight serious or not. This one's a little tricky, only because there are two things to think about. The first one is, when you put in fight in synergy, that ranges from someone stepped on my toe in the lunch line, right? I was pushing and shoving over a toy at indoor recess. That is a thing this time of year. All the way till there is a mass group fight in the cafeteria. So those things are very different, right? Someone pulled my pigtail, all the way to something that is tremendously serious. And all of those are categorized as fight. So again, the ones that are serious meet a couple of rules. One, the state definition of serious bodily injury, not our definition. So a fight is considered serious if there is serious bodily injury. Second one is if there's a disruption to the school. So if there's a mass disruption, that can be considered serious. So a fight in a classroom where there's pushing and shoving, maybe not so much. Something in the middle of the cafeteria that causes a disruption that disrupts the school day, yes. And then the third one is, my rule of thumb is, did I have to call for outside assistance? Did this fight require me to call the police? Did this fight require me to call for other assistance? Did it require me to call medical, etc.? And those are serious. We know that the #1 incident in schools, and not just in Maryland, not just in Montgomery County, but across the nation, has been fighting. It's going to be, I think Ms. Ribeiro testified about it. It's going to be students not responding appropriately with their hands, right? And so we're very cognizant of what that is. But to be serious, it has to involve one of those components.
Okay, just a quick follow-up on that. If this bodily injury that is not at that moment, but that the student requires like a concussion later on, would that then be recorded as a serious incident fight?
So it depends. It's hard to say definitively, like absolutely right in this moment. So that's not something that we see, but if it's reported later that such and such had a concussion, there was medical attention, then we would call it in.
I think Ms. Rivera often has mastered bake 3 questions into 1 question. She has mastered that. All right. Okay, Ms. Silvestri.
I'm trying to figure out how I can do that. So you will cover the state report that was attached to our presentation about disproportionality with Black students at the strategic planning
Yes,
meeting?
that's another topic altogether, and a very important one.
Yes.
That I think is important to the conversation, especially when we talk about the responses, root causes, therapeutic
Yes, I just want to make
services.
sure that's going to be covered in strategic plan, so I don't have to ask
Yes, I
my
believe so. I
question
mean,
here.
Ms. Wolf is the chair, so she has the final say on the agenda, but I know that discipline is very important to her.
Yeah, it was a huge report, just to kind of not talk about it today. My question is to Dr. Taylor. Could you help us remember what is in your budget to address safety and security, as we have heard from both testimony today and the presentation?
We have a couple of enhancements. The one that's most significant is additional funds for safety and security assistance. We have programmed in the proposed budget right now 52 additional security assistance, which is a big number, but candidly, it's actually the tip of the iceberg. It's something that I hope we invest in for the next several years, not just in the next year's budget, but that we see another 52 in a subsequent budget and another 52 after that, because we do have some needs that are widespread. What we are looking at is how to allocate those positions, or really any position, and what we might look at as a metric or a way to allocate those positions. And one of the things that we're talking the most about is where there are geographic advantages to allocating a position, where you have one elementary school or one middle school that's close to other schools, where somebody could be accessible to multiple schools from one location. We are also looking at critical incidents and things that happen with severity and the frequency in which those things are happening. We do have some larger schools as well, and making sure that some of our larger schools are also having some support. We have some schools that are in geographic locations where they need additional support because of where the school is located, for things like traffic, or they have high foot traffic, or they have high access for adults coming on or near the property at inappropriate times sometimes, and it makes sense for us to have folks there. But we do know that there is a need, and that's probably the most significant. I have said this before, and this is not new to this team, is that by us changing our expectations, and by us following up on our expectations, these are things that will also have a really significant impact on school safety and the safety environment. The evaluations that have been done to date and the evaluations that are planned, they are making corrections in real time to things that they see that are not improving safety, or that could be improving safety. And already we've seen some of those noticeable changes, which really does make a difference. Last little bit that I'll get into. We do need to rethink how we look at student conduct. And as part of reorganizing our central office, we do need to think about what that looks like and the continuity of educational services that we can offer to our students that are in an alternative placement, and how we can serve our students better just in general, and how we can help our administrators become better stewards of student conduct through a more consistent approach. Mr. Jones has mentioned this a number of times, and it's kind of the thing that he and I observe when we are at a school facility is the consistency from one building to the next. And to the extent that we can kind of limit that variation on the things that are safety concerns, and we can really celebrate that variation when a school is doing something extraordinary from an academic standpoint, that's really where our focus needs to be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Zimmerman?
Thank you all for all of your hard work and for being here. I know we're running a little behind, so I appreciate you staying to be here with us. So, Mr. Ornby, you mentioned looking at, our pipeline. We're looking at other modules and things, other ways that we can engage. So I'm wondering, what are some of our student-friendly ways that we plan to communicate our code of conduct and expectations from MCPS that aren't just on a case-by-case basis or individually?
Music videos.
I'm ready. I'm ready to perform.
I'm open to the music videos. One of the things I wanted to say is, traditionally, if you guys remember, and Ms. Zimmerman, what used to happen is the code of conduct used to get printed. It's lovely. It gets shipped off to the schools. It's a lot of paper. They were distributed, and then you would sign that you received it, or sign that you received it, reviewed it with your parents, right? And it didn't really tell us much, and getting those forms back were here, there, and otherwise. So even though it's not a perfect system, we really are proud of being able to at least have it be on the Canvas page and have it automated in a way that we know, okay, we're not at 100%, it's 60%, we're working on it, but we know how many students have accessed it, who has accessed it, when they've accessed it. And it does come back up again in discipline, because we can also say, this is something that you knew, and I can certify that you knew, right? I think it's a start. We talked about pilots a little bit earlier today, and I would call it that in spite of too many planes. So we've done it for the first time, and we've found lots of things in it that we want to change, and that worked and that didn't work. And so we're looking at making that for elementary schools. However, I would never put it past the lessons that we have with our school admin teams in terms of our town halls and our counseling lessons. I think those at the end of the day, while uniform expectations are great, and I'm for them, I think those at the end of the day with your trusted adult, with a relationship partner, are gonna be the best bang for your buck. And those go back to a couple of things. It goes back to how we train our principals, and it goes back to the accountability measures that we have with following up, right? Is there a way that we know that those have happened? We can't just guess because we saw it at this school or that school. There's gotta be a way to ensure that not only do we train for those things to happen, but that we follow up if they don't. And so I think that it's more adaptive than it is technical. And I think both of those things are gonna be important. And then additionally, additional layer, right? How do we get that communicated down to the classroom level, right? My principal may not be my most trusted adult. It might be the teacher that's in front of me that I see every day. How do we ensure we're making sure that each and every classroom teacher is reinforcing those expectation messages to each and every child? So I think those are some of the things that we're going to have to continuously work on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Savannah.
First of all, I want to thank you guys for your report. I appreciate it a lot, but to be quite frank, I'm really disappointed with the lack of data and measurables when referencing some of the things that we're talking about. What type of data was collected in order to analyze the success in the ID policy? From what I've been hearing from students across the county, it's been terrible implementation across the board, right? So what does that mean for how are we going to improve from there and figure out our next steps? Over a year ago, we had our last student member of the board put up a safety resolution talking about all the different things that we wanted to see. An expansion of student ID policy that wouldn't add significant entry delays while still making sure that we're being integral on student safety. We're having increased trainings for students and security staff. What was the plan on school-based administration, elevating the monitoring of restrooms and implementing appropriate response methods? And then even past that, what was the increased awareness being done for student reporting channels for safety concerns and tips? The public awareness campaign for promoting student safety practices in schools, and all of these things that were laid out more than a year ago that still haven't really been followed up or addressed here. In that same vein, we heard public comment today talking about what is the interaction between our security team and our digital team about the fight pages that are posting those incidents. Does that have any implication on it becoming a serious incident now that students from across the county are seeing this incident and it's being elevated more and more? But I'm just really concerned at the way some of this stuff isn't being addressed with measurables.
Well, what I would note, Mr. Serrano, is that this is again a part of where when I took over, it is about the assessment piece. Much of what you're talking about needs to be assessed. The ID policy, which just went countywide, just really, if you really think about it, is just a couple of months ago that everybody's now doing it. And so what we're finding is because of the variance of the different policies, it's not going to be successful. It's hard to measure because really everybody is just getting acclimated. There's been grace periods given for the students to even display them. And so each school is doing it differently. So when we look at it from a system-wide approach, this is why we're doing the assessment, because we need to come back to the board and Dr. Taylor with our final assessment that suggests that these are the best practices that we think would be effective. For example, when students come to school, to make entry into their school in a very effective and efficient way, right? There are some schools that are using scanners. There are some schools that are using scanners in a way that they are providing tardy slips in the hallways because they're monitoring, watching students walk the halls without purpose. And they're checking their IDs and actually requiring, some schools have the ID that now you have to go put it in the machine and actually get a tardy slip to go back to class. And it's capturing the number of tardies that you are actually accumulating that requires next steps to deal with notification to your parents that you're actually not going to class. So there's a wide variety of things that are occurring, and I agree with that. It's not moving very fast. It's part of, again, I understand that it is a process, and I think this is where we had to really kind of slow this down, you might say, in order to really get a good grasp, knowing that we're, as a system, similarly like with the cell phone policy, where there's no consistent policy across the board. Some schools are doing it this way, some schools are doing it that way. And so this is why I live on this theme about consistency, because I think this only would benefit all students when we put everybody into the pile and we then do the measurements and really get the feedback from the students, as you noted, and we come up with those processes. I think that's going to be very important for us to get there.
Mr. Serrano, do you have a question?
Well, yeah. So I mean, my question was baked into it, but I mean, what data was collected in order to analyze?
Well, there has been no data collected because, again, going back and I'm just making this known about the IDs because we're so brand new into this. We're still doing assessments going to high schools. We haven't completed that task yet. So we're not collecting data as a part of our process, right? What we're doing is we're collecting the best practices. Then once we can start collecting best practices, we can start gathering data about, for example, how many schools have to, on a daily basis, may have to require their students to actually get a replacement ID. How many students are actually being located coming through our schools who have no ID? Those are some of the data sets that we need to come up with, but we have not gotten there yet.
Okay, thank you. My questions will be, first of all, when I look at the report, I notice, first of all, it's wonderful we're doing this. We're not waiting till the end of the year to look at our serious incident data, that we are doing it along the way, then we can align our practices, provide support where it's needed, right? These data are captured, so we can handle that. So I think we have made really good improvement in terms of monitoring, and hopefully that translates to our support and practices on the ground. When I look at the serious incident data, I look at it from a different lens. I believe that the most important aspect is how we respond to and support the victims of serious incidents, right? So I often find that there is a gaping hole in our discussion. We talk, I think it's important to talk about disciplinary action, but actually a lot of me is going to how are we supporting the victims? Who are the impacted population? Who are the students we should support? How do we better support them after a serious incident, right? Because they were impacted. So in the future, I'm hoping that's some work we can do. I am very happy to see there's a 27% drop in the fighting and attack on others category. Can you name one thing that you do, an action that you take, actually that's helping, that's contributing to the decrease of serious fighting?
There's been a great deep focus on two things. So not just conflict resolution, but also on self-regulation. Which contributes to some of what you see around fights and attacks. And I think a lot of those therapeutic supports that have been put in place, particularly at our high schools, and again, I'm going back to Ms. Montoya's comment where elementary schools don't have the same level of focus. You heard Ms. O'Neill talk about conflict resolution centers of Montgomery County. They're at 15 of our schools. Our Bridge to Wellness programs at 19 of our schools. Our wellness centers, which we're partnering with on a regular basis to work with students around many of these issues, including conflict and regulation. Our social workers who have been introduced in the last 3 years, of which there are 44 of them primarily assigned to our high schools, and then secondarily assigned part-time to our middle schools. So once again, that gap in elementary school that we've acknowledged. But those are having a great big deal of impact on our students. Having somewhere to go, having someone to talk to, having someone to ensure that what I'm feeling right now doesn't come out in a way that is violent, and being able to address that not just after, which we get to the after, but some of the before. And I think those are really impactful. One of the things I would bring forward next time is the Office of Shared Accountability. They did a report on the impact of the social workers and how principals have seen their impact. And those are some of the numbers that you'll see in terms of their servicing. I do want to say one of the things that they do is address students who have been suspended. So as a broader part of the well-being team, one of the data metrics that we look at in this office, because we look at suspensions, we also look at how many of our social workers work with students who have been suspended. And so there is a kind of a circle back that happens. So the short answer to that would be some of our therapeutic supports and some of our services that are provided by our external agencies.
I appreciate that answer and to understand what contribute to the decrease. But in the same token, our social workers support students who we have disciplinary action. I'm wondering what they're doing to support our students who have been impacted, a victim of these incidents. And I always feel like something is missing in our conversation, right? So today is not the day, but I understand you have a strategic planning meeting coming up, and that we might be able to cover some of that. And also, this is a quarterly conversation, so we will be having this conversation again. Thank you so much. Ms. Savannah?
Yeah, I think the last thing that I wanted to say is really like the next time we come back to this, what I'm really looking for is what are the specific things that we're getting out of, number one, not just the programs that we put in place, like, you know, how we're expanding the vape detectors and the ID policy, but what have we learned from the pilots, the vape detector pilot? What did we learn from it? Because that is supposed to be our chance to, you know, gather that data. And I understand, you know, there's been like differences in terms of how we've been gathering that data. But the same thing for the ID policy. When we implemented that ID policy pilot, what did we learn from that? What were the best practices? And then how are those being applied? Because I feel like we're kind of, you know, putting the horse before the cart right now, or putting the cart before the horse right now and trying to figure out what the best practices are after we've already implemented it, when I thought that was what the point of the pilot was. And so that's kind of just been my general thing. And then, again, that kind of going back to the idea of interaction between security and our digital team, I don't think this was touched on basically at all in this presentation. I understand there's not time for it today, but in the future, that's something I would want to see.
I would only note that we work with our partners with MCPD, who has an excellent digital informational team when we have threats or we have fights that occur within the county to help us identify individuals that are involved in this. So though we don't have that particular resource in-house, we do have access to that resource.
Thank you, everyone, for this discussion, very rigorous discussion. I think we can go on 2 more hours if we can. All right, item 11 is for information only, and everything can be accessed in board docs. Item 12 is Board of Education items. Can I have a motion to move item 12.1 through 12.4 in blocks?
So moved.
I would like to second the motion.
All in favor? Raise your hand. That's unanimous. 12.5, new business. Any board member have new business to put forward? Okay, not at this time. So number 13 is for informational summary only. Any questions? No, okay. So number 14, it's adjournment. May I have a motion?
I'll happily move that forward.
And I will happily motion for a second.
Okay, all in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.